Okay.
Five 10 off duty.
510, thank you, have a nice day.
Five 29 modified to 29.
Roger, roger. Makes a good call. Thanks for being there. I'll break with...
Smart Patrol Train 10, over.
Yeah, go for 10.
Area crossing restriction issue, and you can copy those.
Petaluma, Station 2, medical aid, Eli Road.
Read back, over.
Yeah, crossing loading notification issued to train 10. Flight equal rule 6032.2, procedure 10E at Redwood Landfill, milepost 31.89, over.
K-I-A-S-L.
Train 10 is correct. Show located 1848.
Copy that with an OK time to 1848, dispatcher TSH. 10 out.
Correct, and Carlos, you're going to take a little hit there at Hopper lighting, so no rush getting there, over.
Copy that, a little bit of a delay ahead of us. Take your heads up. 10 out.
Smart Patrol Train 8, over.
Train 8.
Yeah, Sam, no rush getting into Santa Fe. You're going to take a little hit there, over.
Copy.
Yeah, just give me a call when you're stopped there at Santa Fe.
Copy that.
No, KC6RCM.
This is N6IY. Can I get a radio check, please?
Loud and clear, Brian. K6HRD. Real clear.
5, K6REO. Thank you very much. N6IY. The net will begin in a minute.
KI6REO, go.
Can you give me a landline after the net, if that's possible?
Can do, Andrew. KI6REO. Stand by.
I'll catch you after net. KE6HID.
Train 7, now leaving Nevada downtown, over.
Copy that. Thank you, sir. Now.
Code 4 on scene. Prep.
This is the WA6YGD repeater.
Medic 120 at 1856.
Train 8, DIGHT, 6.32.2, procedure 1, ONE at Redwood Landfill, milepost 31.89, MC 31.89, over.
Crossing warning notification issued to train 8, EIGHT. Comply with G-Code Rule 6.32.2, Procedure 1, ONE, at Redwood Landfill, milepost 31.89, and P31.89, over.
All correct, show located in 1857, America TSH, over.
Okay, at 1857, 1857, TSH, copy, go ahead, over.
All correct. Thanks for the
Santa Rosa, Station 2, Medical Aid, Santa Rosa Behavioral Healthcare Hospital. Engine 2, Medic 561. Ill subject, 1287 Fulton Road, 1287 Fulton Road, Santa Rosa. At the Santa Rosa Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, across the West Point Place and Gordon Creek Drive. Control 3, 1859.
available, post 7, good morning.
Medic 513, good morning, post 10.
Calling
It
all
is
radio amateurs.
7
Calling all
p.m.
radio amateurs. This is Brian and 6IIY.
Good evening.
Net control
The time is 7 p.m.
Net is sponsored by the Sonoma County Radio Amateurs Incorporated and meets on this frequency every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Emergency traffic over all other communications. Any station having emergency traffic will contact net control. Is there any emergency traffic at this time? None. SDRA membership is open to anyone interested in amateur radio. For further information, send an email to K6S.
Hiya, kids. There is Alpha Fox 6 Mike, Quebec, AF6MQ, Gaspel out in Point Arena, Tuesday 020.
RadioAmateurs.com. Sonoma County Radio Amateurs is all run together as one word. The club membership meeting is held at 7 p.m. day of each month at the Luther Burbank Art and Garden Center, located at 2050 Yolupa Avenue in Santa Rosa. Arrive early.
Through net control. The purpose of this net is to discuss anything technical with ham radio. Antennas, feed lines, radio softwares, all that stuff is good.
Provide information of interest to all radio amateurs. If you have traffic for the net, please come now and be acknowledged.
Let's see, hang on.
KA6R, with traffic.
Now this is weird. All right, AF6MQ, let's ship over to the TechNet notes. If you point your browser to the website onesky.com, that's the numeral 1, Sierra Kilo Yankee.com, and click on TechNet notes, you'll see I got 3 links for you. First one is Anthropic got caught installing spyware. Yeah, you guys may have heard of Claude, or yeah, I think that's the
San
one.
Jose Station 5, code 2 landed flight at Arbol.
All this hoo-ha about AI and all the money and everything else. Yeah, the invasion of privacy has already begun. Take a look at this article there.
139.
And the second link is in that article. He
What's up,
mentioned
Sammy?
a few times.
Where you guys
Sort
at?
of standard for.
Hey, just going over Smith. Over.
Kits. There's a lot of interesting
Over
information
what?
about emergency communications.
Smith.
Maybe a lot of agencies there. Go to the website.
Yeah, have you installed Claude on your computer?
Engine 11 is FedEx 541, code 2 for ill subject, 300 Fountain Grove Parkway, 300 Fountain Grove Parkway, Santa Rosa at Arbol in the skilled nursing, across a Round Barn Boulevard and Bicentennial Way, Control 3, 1903.
Ionograph from ionoson stations around the world. Okay, real quickly, ionoson, okay, so you may have heard of a radioson.
To you tonight as
FedEx 542, post 11.
For Levi's Grand Fondo. We've had a good response to the open position, but I want to encourage,
which is used to suss out the ionosphere above the station. And what it really is, it's basically a UHF radio in radar mode.
I could also use a net control operator in the afternoon. So it's in good shape, and I appreciate it.
Once you kind of dig through things, what you do is you pick a station on the left. That's the, and here's the deal. Not all the stations are doing current telemetry.
Confirming BLS 585.
This is Peter, Payne 6 AWA, back to net.
Thank you, Peter. Bradley, K6R.
One to jump in on, as is this one that I had linked you to is Port Darntuelo. I forget where it is anyways. You click on 2026.
Confirming that's BLS 585.
Day coming up. Correct. And
BLS 585
now because now is the time to start brushing up on
585, good morning. Switch to Control 3 for a BLS level call, Fountain Grove Parkway.
All right, any questions on the TechNet notes?
BLS 585.
Comment?
So if you want to come have some fun and work the keys, please drop by the CW again.
A6YGD repeater PL88.5.
Hey, it's my middle name.
Okay, somebody's got to check it. You know how computers are. What you want them to do. So good to hear you in there. You got any topics or anything for us tonight?
541 available, call guys.
The top of my head.
11.
At least twice over the last 4 weeks. The list is sorted by call sign suffix. After your name and call sign has been announced, please wait to hear the report. The completion of the check-in list. First up is Joe, K6ADM.
Send it.
Darren, KN6AWB.
This is Darren, KN6AWB.
Checked in. All right, let's just jump into check-ins. Anytime announcements, business, QSTs.
3381, Medic 301, difficulty breathing, 91 Napa Road, 91 Napa Road, Sonoma, Sunrise Villa, across the Broadway and Larkin Drive, Control 4, 1906.
CKA.
Good evening, Brian the Net. This is Nick, and 1 CKA.
Going to be a good one. And was there something I wanted to talk to you about? Oh yeah, are you familiar with a mathematician named
Good evening, Mo. Wendy, KO6DOI.
Both of it.
Good evening, Wendy. David, KD6DWR.
Of his life, and since he was so immersed in the study of it, he started getting, what do you call it? Sort of like visions or divine.
Good evening, Brian. On the net, this is Don, KO6DXF.
Good evening.
Into things, but anyways, all right, we got you down there, Alan. We'll let's see who's out there, and then we'll come back for the story. AF6MQ Tuesday Night TechNet, who's out there?
Kilo Victor, Lima Victor. Len wanted me to check him in too, so +1 on WA6KLK, and in if Len wants to say something, I think he'll key up. KK6ZLV, back to net.
All right, well, we got Solon, KK6.
Good evening, Aaron. John, WB6.
DS6, Tango Uniform Romeo.
John, Jason, KO6.
And the second thing is I need, when we get to the spot, to get some help with my Yaesu 857. Over.
Craig, AK.
Signal's pretty rough. You're holding it, but just barely, and there's a lot of white noise. I'd call you scratchy and fuzzy, but I don't know if you got a beard or not.
Over. Good evening, Leland.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm showing a code here on the 113 of 1426 engine amber light, over.
Before I turn off the radio.
Alright, any codes on the back wall, over?
Okay, I don't know how much you transmitted there, but I only caught the tail end. You said something about turning
on
off.
the back wall, my active
So, yeah, whatever you're coming in on now, it's not really doing the job, over.
No power door open.
Try another antenna. This is KI6T, you are clear.
This is Martin, KN6IAF.
The line number's over.
Who's out there?
CT.
Sam, did you copy that, over?
What that letter was. Station just tried. Try it again. Key up.
Let's go, Trade 7,
come in with your full call sign slowly.
That's correct.
Please.
Permission to put conductor on the ground at Limeville, over.
KO6.
KDD.
Permission to put conductor on the ground, over.
Good evening, Roland. David, KO6KKA.
Let's go, Trade 11.
Was it you who set me up with linking me to the guy who does the golf carts and lithium batteries?
Train 12 ready to depart if we can there, Tyler.
And that's not that. Well, good to hear you in there. You got any topics, questions, or anything for us tonight?
Special, just listening tonight, I think.
Good evening, Claudia. Art, KO6KKT.
For the time being. KO6JCT.
All right, John.
Nancy, KB5LCR.
Spears Market.
For Nancy, KB5LCR. This is David.
It's a whole lot like when it was in school and the teacher calls roll, but then whoever's running the net, you need to have a piece of paper and a pencil. And they all looked at me like that I ever heard, and I'm like, well, isn't that like obvious? So, John, all I can say is throw a sticky at the on the station there, and when you get good questions like that, write them down, and they'll be right when we come back around. All right, AF6MQ Tuesday Night TechNet, who's out there?
Kilo Oscar 6 Echo Kilo Uniform.
5181, medic 576 along West, lost, man down in a vehicle 7891 Maribel Road, 7891 Maribel Road, Forestville at Spears Market.
All right, I switched
Lois
over
Lane and
to
Toville
my
Lane,
portable
Control 2,
buddy pole, J-pole. So I must have an antenna problem on my regular 2-meter. It's up 40 feet in the air, and I'll check my cables and see if I can't make it work.
SOV.
Good evening. This is Gerald W6NOV.
Hey, Carlos, on your approach to Redwood Landfill.
Okay, yeah, that sounds nice and clean. You're holding the repeater steady. There's a little bit of white noise, but it's minimal.
Copy that on my approach. Contact Flagler Hall. Yeah, landfill over.
On there and slip it back together and then tape it up real good so it'll go longer so you got to do it again. But yeah, that's it. This is the season. 2 times.
Good evening, Brian. Thank you.
County Station 2, smoke investigation, River Road.
Yeah, EKU, come on in.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Gaspo, for picking us up there on the radio. Scouts were running around, but I did get one scout to sit down and talk to you. Boy, you should have seen the smile on his face. He was pretty...
Greetings, this is Fred, AE6SF.
7582, smoke investigation, 4275 River Road, West Santa Rosa. 4275 River Road, West Santa Rosa, cross of Old Trenton Road and Trenton Road.
And then this is Howard, K6SID.
Good evening, Howard. Sean, KN.
And yeah, it would have been better if it was much longer, maybe a DX or something, but you know, give me some heads up and maybe I can meet you out there with an HF ring.
Good evening, Sean. Your audio is a little low, but we were able to hear you. Scott, AE6FW.
License, and I encouraged him to do so, so he was kind of thinking in that direction. I did have a question on the Iano. I pulled one up for a place in Sweden here, or Norway somewhere. And I'm looking at it, and on one side of the graph it goes from 80 to 57. Then on the bottom of the graph it goes from 1 to 18, but it doesn't really... I'm probably missing something, but I don't know what...
Good
evening, this is Tom, K6, TJP.
Tom, Chuck, WA6.
The previous button or the -1 hour button and keep going backwards until you see something because right now everything's kind of is the way to say it. And maybe pull open another station or go, the short answer is what you should be seeing, it's a whole lot like a...
This is Bert.
Artie, still in Vacaville. W6VR repeater.
You know what I mean?
Roger that. I'm looking, I did a couple of previous hour backs, and I'm seeing exactly what you're talking about.
So on the top right, there is a colored key. Let's see, will that zoom in on there? Can I actually see what it is the left-hand axis is, I do believe, altitude, and the right-hand axis is frequency. And so the idea is that you're getting these echoes at these different frequencies, altitudes, and yeah, this is sort of like a different layout than what they used to be. I just literally came across this website like there. By frequency and altitude, over.
Okay, but you know, you got green and yellow and blue and red and the color code says north, northeast, east, west, and then plus, south, south, west, X minus, X plus. So it's kind of, I guess I'll have to dig into it myself, but yeah, interesting.
Mike. Good fun.
All right. From San Luis Obispo on 800 meg, I'm monitoring what you guys are saying. Bruce,
do you want us to leave or do you want us to hang out here until further notice?
Craig checking in for Carol, KN6YRJ.
Hey, yeah, we need to call, before you get a little closer.
Looking above it, it's looking to the side a little bit, to the north.
Alright, copy. We'll stay here at Larkspur Station until you tell us to leave.
Yeah, like I said, I got to dig in a little further too, but...
Greg,
ZGN.
Good evening, Richard. Eric, KN6.
So, yeah, if you figure out more than me, go ahead. This link actually drops you in kind of steep into the system. If you cut everything...
Trying to think if I know of anything there. I don't know, that college is there. We stopped there one time, watched the girls play some beach volleyball. They got a beach volleyball court at the college. That's funny.
Learning something about how the propagation conditions are in any given area.
Good evening, Greg. All right. Well, that concludes
the state sponsor.
No propagation at all. But then if it's another layer of the ionical sort of magic, then the signals are...
you don't get out for 20, 30. Oh, well,
Peter's first phone before you check in.
With your name and call get out in
come now and be
20 years now.
Alpha Echo
20 years or 50 years old. Crazy what the state's become. Well, this is Bruce. I'm in my 70s, and I'd get in trouble if I looked directly at the beach volleyball ladies. So I try to sneak a look in with my peripheral vision and act like I didn't see anything. But they are very pretty.
How are you doing? You got anything for us tonight?
You know, it's about pizza time tonight, Tuesday nights.
And I'd always answer on the kilo
get on the phone there. Anyway, I am coming over the hill here.
Hey, over.
Alrighty, stand by anything. Over.
Over.
Well, that's very true, and you know, a lot of them get hit by cars and stuff. And
that was totally broken.
Totally took out one that had a little limp in it one night.
Down here in San Luis Obispo.
The rutting season is pretty intense. This is pretty far off ham radio.
So 576 is going to be an
86 and with Q back to you. And sorry for the intrusion.
That's coming off the on the internet. I don't know. Let's click on keyboard. 576 is available.
There, Alan. But let's go for a little more check-ins, and then we'll get over to Alan and his story. Who's out there? Tuesday Night TechNet.
Well, there's no copy on the audio. It's all static. All noise crashes.
November. Okay.
I'll go back to listening until the audio improves. N6TH and Bruce in San Luis Obispo.
Hillsburg, residential fire alarm.
I don't know if I can adjust the mic gain. It might help out.
I know, it sounds like you're about 10 feet away. Yeah, get it right up in front of you there. A lot of those headsets are really low gain, so you don't pick up everything around you.
Copy that. I currently...
I guess I am getting into the UHF. Are you up there by myself? I don't know.
evening, this is Lucky 6WP1.
Level needs to be about double or triple over.
63, smoke alarm at 198 Dry Creek Road, 198 Dry Creek Road, Healdsburg at the Best Western. Room 123, south of Grove Street, Control 2,
6 Alpha Alpha Mike, and who else?
W1 and party.
You want to go ahead with
24
your
Alpha
story?
status, have a good night.
Shot 2-4, copy.
I'm doing full duplex.
So this is a story about a fellow who got curious about autonomous vacuum cleaners. They're little
Out on
Flight report number 529. Right now.
From around the world, this is Newsline, amateur radio's independent on-the-air news and bulletin service. And now reporting from Valparaiso, Indiana, here's Paul Brown, WD9GCO.
We begin this week with the news that two popular antenna brands, formerly part of MSJ Enterprises, will be back on the market soon under new ownership. Andy Morrison, K9 AEWM, tells us what to expect next.
Production of the high-gain and Cushcraft antennas and antenna products popularized by MSJ Enterprises will be going forward under new ownership and in a new home in Linton, Indiana. The Indiana-based manufacturing and engineering business, ITU Corporation, has purchased both brands from Martin F. Jew, K5SLU, president and founder of MSJ Enterprises. MSJ, which Martin founded in Starkville, Mississippi, halted production in the spring of 2024. Manufacturing of the two brands will resume at a property that formerly housed the National Guard Armory. The 50-acre site is being repurposed for the production. In a statement announcing the deal, Martin expressed confidence that ITU would honor both brands' tradition of service to the amateur radio community. He said that he was certain that ITU's Dave and Canby Carpenter, quote, share our commitment to American-made quality and customer satisfaction. They bring engineering expertise and manufacturing passion necessary to keep these products and these trusted American high-performance antennas on towers worldwide for years to come, end quote. The Carpenters are also the owners of the electronic supply store, TechJack. ITU, which has its company headquarters in Duggar, Indiana, has also purchased MSJ's designs, tooling, specialized equipment, manufacturing, and marketing rights for use in the Linton location. The company plans to move all manufacturing operations there from Mississippi, a transition that is expected to take about 2 months. This is Andy Morrison, K9 AWM.
Already battered by flooding a month ago, Hawaii watched as its emergency response went back on the air for yet another storm. As we hear from Randy Swan, W4XJ. With memories still fresh from historic storm-related flooding in March, hams in Hawaii were back on the air early this month after the same kind of storm known as a Kona low struck the region. The activation, which began on the 8th of April, focused on the same cooperation as before between city and county emergency communicators and Hawaii's Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service, or RACES, operators. Staying at their radios overnight into the 9th of April, the RACES hams ensured that traffic could be passed via voice and WinLink email on both 2 meters and the HF bands. An additional overnight shift carried the operation through to its conclusion on the 10th of April. Throughout the activation, the hams were able to pass situational awareness traffic and assist with response coordination, making the necessary adjustments in response to various conditions. When interference disrupted their original channel, the hams had to QSY to a new 80-meter frequency to keep long-range communications viable. The storm, known as the Kona Low 3 weather system, came only weeks after back-to-back Kona Low storms led to Hawaii being declared a federal disaster area. This is Randy Sly, W4XJ. The winter storm that held much of the Quad State region and the Ohio Valley in its clutches in late January has long since melted. But one of the more positive parts of that challenge experience still remains: the gratitude that emergency responders in Kentucky have for local hams who stepped in to help. Kevin Trotman, N5 PRE, has that story.
Communicating under difficult circumstances is a big part of what the Amateur Radio Community Services KY4ARC is all about. Earlier this month, the hams were recognized for their readiness in the January winter storm by the Paintsville-Johnson County Emergency Management Director, Paul Burchett. In a presentation of certificates at the club's monthly meeting, Burchett said that Club President John Hager, N4KJU, and others provided relays of critical information to other emergency managers at important times throughout the storm. He told members of the club, quote, "We greatly appreciate everything you all do and everything you do for us," end quote. With the storm now simply a chapter in history, club members are still ensuring the lines of communication stay open. Rain, shine, or whatever the weather, they will continue to check in with one another every night at 10 p.m. local time. This is Kevin Trotman, N5 PRE.
A New York State man has been charged with interfering with the radio channels used by emergency services in his city. Kent Peterson, KC0DGY, has the details.
Police in Central State New York have arrested a man and charged him with interfering with emergency radio channels by transmitting false statements over equipment he was unauthorized to use. Local media reports said police stopped Chad Potter of Sherburne, New York on the 31st of March while he was driving in a vehicle equipped with a number of radios tuned to frequencies where, according to police, he has been disrupting emergency services. A report on WBNG News 12 said that an investigation into reported radio interference dates back to 2021. Police said that fire, EMS, and law enforcement operations were disrupted several times by his messages. The WBNG News report described one transmission as, quote, shots fired, end quote, which reportedly caused concern and confusion among first responders and the public. On the day when Potter was arrested on the radio-related charges, city police had pulled him over in relation to a traffic stop. Investigators said his vehicle was equipped with aftermarket lighting that made it look like he was an emergency responder. Police issued a citation to him for the lighting. This is Kent Peterson, KC0DGY.
The aging solar-powered satellite, Fuji Oscar 29, made big news in early March when its entry into a full sunlight orbit woke the 30-year-old satellite from a long slumber. Well, guess what? It's nap time again. As Jim Meacham, ZL2 VHF, tells us.
If you've been enjoying continuous operation using the newly awakened Fuji Oscar 29 from Japan, you may want to make plans to take a break. MSAT News reports that on or around the 21st of April, the satellite will return to a period of eclipse. In other words, no more sunlight. The Japan Amateur Radio League has estimated that the satellite will remain without power and go back to sleep and out of service for about a month. The satellite is fully dependent on its solar panels since its onboard batteries have not worked in many years. There is a bright spot in all of this, and we do mean bright in every sense of the word. Full sunlight will become available to the satellite again starting around the 20th of May. Hams can once again look forward to more continuous operation through to the middle of November. This is Jim Meacham, ZL2VHF.
Don't forget, you only have until the 31st of May to tell us about a promising young amateur radio operator who could become our next Bill Pasternak WA6ITF Memorial Young Ham of the Year. Nominees must be licensed hams who are 18 years of age or younger, and they must reside in the continental United States. Do you know a deserving candidate? Visit our website, krnewsline.org, and find the nomination form under the Awards tab. Submit the documentation that tells us how your nominee has played an important role, not just in the community of fellow amateurs, but in the community at large. Time for you to identify your station. We are the Amateur Radio Newsline, heard on bulletin stations around the world, including the EA5JAV repeater in Alicante, Spain, on Thursdays at 1400 GMT +1. Also heard on Echolink, System Fusion, DMR, Peanut, and VoIP PABX. When is a ham club POTA not just a ham club POTA? When it turns into an impromptu, on-the-air outing for scouts working to earn their radio merit badge. Jen DeSalvo, W9TXJ, was there.
It started as a POTA at the historic Santa Fe Prairie Nature Preserve just outside Chicago city limits.
We're just going to do a POTA event, and one of the members is a scout leader and said, well, hey, how about if I bring some scouts?
That member was Dennis Calderon, KC9DSB, president of the Suburban Technical Amateur Radio System, referring to Tom Bosworth, KE9JQ, who is both an amateur radio operator and active in scouts for nearly 4 decades. Tom is a Cubmaster for a local pass.
And I'm a radio merit badge counselor. He offers this out to the council. We expected 4 or 5 to show up, and we have 35 here today.
Tom was referring to a radio merit badge class. He says it is inevitable that kids today will grow up to have careers in computers and technology.
This is the most basic technology you're going to have.
He said the first thing he covered with the scouts was to tell them what radio is.
Which isn't just ham radio, obviously. It's also broadcast radio. It's your garage door opener.
The club set up 5 stations, giving the scouts a hands-on experience of how everything works. Club members set up stations for STH, CW Morse code. They use mobile units to hit their 2-meter repeater, sideband voice.
One of the requirements is for them to talk to 5 other stations. So when they're on sideband and when they're on the STH, they're actually participating in the communication.
Dennis, the club's president, plans to host more events for local scouts to not only earn their radio merit badge, but to carry the torch of ham radio.
But we have to get the youth involved and pass it down generation after generation. Get them involved so that they can get into this community to help people out.
From Chicago, I'm Jen DeSalvo, W9TXJ.
An amateur radio operator in Oman is hoping to lead the way for hams to have smoother, more reliable satellite tracking in contacts with the help of his downloadable mobile app. John Williams, VK4JJW, tells us more.
It didn't take long for Yusuf al-Balushi, A46UNX, to find his place in amateur radio right after being licensed in 2024. He was almost immediately drawn to chasing satellites, often using his own homebrew tools. Those challenging early days inspired him to create a free satellite tracking mobile app to help deliver the best possibilities for successful contacts. He gave it the name HAM-satting. A member of the Royal Omani Amateur Radio Society, he shares the app freely with amateurs around the world, whether they're using its interactive map to track the ISS or to search for one particular amateur satellite. The app's numerous features include a built-in SSTV decoder that supports Robot 36/72 and other modes. He told the website, Muscat Daily, that this was his attempt at creating a single place that integrated as many needed services as possible without requiring the user to switch between several apps. Finding all existing apps incomplete, he began his development work in August of last year. HAM-satting was formally released this past January. He designed it for use by licensed hams, satellite chasers, and people involved in ARIS contact. In fact, tracking the ISS is a default function. Individuals who want access to other satellites will need to obtain a free API key from the satellite tracking service N2YO. Yusuf said that the app is also useful for grid square hunters working toward awards such as VUCC that can be downloaded free from the Apple and Android app stores. More details available at unixeer.com. That's UNIXEER.com. He told the website, quote, I hope the app will make satellite communication easier and more enjoyable for the amateur radio community. End quote. This is John Williams, VK4JJW.
It's a party, and you're invited to RSVP. April 25th is the International Marconi Day, and amateurs around the world will be calling CQ to honor the man who helped bring us wireless communication. Register for the official event by visiting the website operated by the Cornish Amateur Radio Club. You'll find it in the text version of this week's Newsline script at arnewsline.org. The number of registered stations continues to grow, and you can see the list as well on the same website. There are awards available for shortwave listeners as well as hams. Visit the website to see assisted modes such as DMR, Echolink, and digital voice modes are not eligible. Speaking of special occasions and special events, International Amateur Radio Day is the 18th of April. Don't forget to get on the air. In the world of DX, Harry, JG7PSJ, will be calling QRZ as JD1BMH from Chichijima, IOTA number AS031. Ogasawara from 26th of April to the 4th of May. He will operate CW, single sideband, and ready on 40 through 10 meters. Aldir PY1SAD is on the air as 8R1TM from Guyana until the 10th of May, operating CW, single sideband, and digital modes on 160 through 6 meters. He is also operating via satellite from 2300 to 300 UTC during the week and full-time on weekends. Aldir is participating in the CQ MMDX contest on the 18th and 19th of April. The early moon missions of the 1960s were most certainly awe-inspiring, but for those of us who were perhaps young students here on Earth at the time, they were as distant an experience to us as the moon itself. Well, not so with Artemis II. With 8 universities chosen by NASA to track the Orion spacecraft via radio, the moon became a close and almost palpable presence for the young. Ralph Squillace, KK6ITB, explains.
Yes, tracking a moon mission can be a personal experience, as many students on several university campuses discovered. In Pennsylvania, Sawyer Mervis and Jake Wench were up on a campus rooftop in the early morning hours with a parabolic antenna and other student-built equipment. They were collecting data for the U.S. Space Agency, NASA, from the 248,655-mile flight around the moon. The receiving station had been a team project, with the Panther Amateur Radio Club at the University of Pittsburgh receiving guidance and support from faculty in various engineering departments. Farther south, students at the American University in Washington, D.C. tracked the Orion spacecraft with a radio dish about 6.5 feet wide, installed by physics major Ankur Purao at a university-owned property in nearby Warren, Virginia. Emotions ran high for everyone toward the end of the 10-day mission. Suddenly, the students were no longer tasked with an assignment that called for tracking, collecting data, and measuring Doppler shifts. Now, all eyes were on the return of the 4 crew members as their journey ended safely in a Pacific splashdown. That conclusion brought the Artemis II mission back home to all of them. As American University first-year student Shafat Yousaf said, quote, "We're going to be telling generations about this and that we've played a part in this," end quote. This is Ralph Squillace, KK6ITB.
With thanks to Amateur Radio Daily, Hamsat News, CBS News, David Behar, K7DB, DX Zone, 425DX News, Groups.io, KTV Channel 2, Linton News, National Weather Service, Paintsville Herald, QRZ.com Forums, MuscatDaily.com, Newsweek, the Radio Society of Great Britain, ShortwaveRadio.de, SFGate, Stacey Holbrook, KH6OWL, WBNG News 12, the Wireless Institute of Australia, WTAE, WTOP, and you, our listeners. That's all from the Amateur Radio Newsline. We remind our listeners that Amateur Radio Newsline is an all-volunteer, non-profit organization that incurs
expenses for its continued operation. If you wish to support us, please visit our website at arnewsline.org and know that we appreciate you all. We also remind our listeners that if you like our newscast, please leave us a 5-star rating wherever you subscribe to us. For now, with Karen Eve Murray, KD2GUT at the news desk in New York, and our news team worldwide, I'm Paul Brown, WD9GCO in Valparaiso, Indiana, saying 73. As always, we thank you for listening. Amateur Radio Newsline is copyright 2026. Amateur Radio Newsline retains ownership of its material even when retransmitted elsewhere. All rights are reserved.
Interesting news. Originally it was said that one needs a 9-meter dish to track the Orion spacecraft, but the Washington DC ham group managed to do this with a 2-meter dish. However, the club in Pittsburgh only had a 1.2-meter dish. So it seems like it's a lot more accessible for hams than I originally thought. Just saying. Back to Matt Control, Jan 6WPU.
Okay, thank you, George.
Do you have the report to the West while you're here?
Certainly do on that one as well. Western tonight
broke off, and that piece was what held this knob on. Over.
Okay, yeah.
UIC.
Thanks, Valley Fire HVF. The Point Ridge Fire Station, which is back up and running. CRFMB, and thanks for roughing that.
Poker fell off and...
Yeah, well, you know what you need to do is you get a compass,
you never knew it was
and
on
then...
there, over.
It's absolutely possible.
Come again with the last part of your call sign, James.
Make sure you have up all the details of the digital world, and Central and West are in this group. And
but what you do is you get on the net and you do a Googles for FT857 service manual. There's a couple different...
Sounds like
talking here, but it used to be that's the way, if you had to do anything to your radio, you had to find the service manual first. You used to be able to buy them from the manufacturers.
Not making it, I'm afraid. Well, so...
Fourth record, Ridge Fire, PRFMB, those mailboxes work. And if you want to add on to that even more, get ready for the upcoming event.
Supposed to do it tonight, so it might be me or it might be Nicholas next week. TN6 NND. That's all.
Still lots of resident work for you. Anyway, they're all appreciating help, so keep an eye on what's going on. Things are maintained properly.
All the features of that knob. Those knobs. FYI, KT60
6-3. Signal's lost. Yeah, copy. Microphone on that radio, and I know you can do everything from that. It's just, I find it quite easy to turn it off.
Close to Redwood Landfill, contact PCO Hall for flagging instructions.
I'll be there calling by your ball. Hold on.
I hope it'll come verbally back from beyond. Sorry to hear it.
Manual, I can email a copy to you there. Solon, go ahead, KK6VLV.
Is it the actual service man?
Having some
a lot of instruction.
Copy. Clear to move.
Just a quick reminder, we do have field day coming up here in June, the weekend of the 27th and 28th, again out here separately.
Schematics, and it starts off with an exploded diagram, and
Romeo Alpha Ralph.
I see
Requesting a radio check, over.
Around a plastic knob that's got a
for possibly on Friday, as well as station set up on
waiting for the
Saturday.
next start in about 15 minutes. Thank you. 73. Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha standing by from Walnut Creek, over.
Different pieces go on the shaft, and then the knob.
Setting that up in 13 minutes here, and you'll be first to go as always. So we'll be here for your officer. Copy of that. 0 RB. We would appreciate that, folks. Join us.
Appreciate the question and answer. But they've been a lot of fun. You stay on the whole time, like you know. A lot of good things to right up in the end of get out of the group. Over into the air.
Just email out tonight. What it should be tonight right now. And then probably have these things again as we did last week, because we only have like 3.
Good thought. But makes it a lot of fun. Over. There's got to be some sort of retaining thing that's missing. Over.
Yeah.
My system is running so slow here tonight. I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll talk to you guys later. Thanks again. KB 6A Trick.
681.
Looks like the rotary encoder looks like a regular potentiometer, and it sticks through the housing, and then maybe the nut thread encoder, and that holds the encoder into the plastic face, and then the washer goes on, then the spring goes on, and then the knob goes on, and yeah, a little piece of the spring sticking out. Oh wait, take the rubber part off of the plastic knob. The outside of the knob has a rubber steering wheel cover, whatever. Take that off, and it looks like there's a set screw hole in there. Over.
Start that one out. I got it. I'll get it off and see if this doesn't solve the problem. Thanks so much, Scott. KI6TUR.
Yeah.
Jason, repeater frequency, maybe the 146.73. Oh, try it one more time. W1NMT. Try to get
rubber ring. Yeah, I've got my Kenwood's like that. You got to pull it's like the rubber grippy part your fingers touch. That's got to get pulled off, and then you can see the screw in there.
So, I think we're
send me an email, and I'll send you this. You should have this. You know, you had to tune up and do all the mods and all that stuff there. See, if you've got a radio and you don't got one of them.
Marshall, California.
Chris, what's the first part of your call? You just got your list.
Solon, Mike's yours.
I got walked on by the repeater ID. This is Cake.
Yeah, we got you in there, Solon. All yours. Take it away.
I'm looking at the same exploded. The rubber ring, the knob main assembly, and then it shows coil spring. It doesn't say anything about the.
And you could signal in the repeaters, make sure checking in.
Way that clicks in with that little tab-looking thing that is on the spring.
This is November 6th, Alpha Mike Lima.
Get it to go with
Walnut Creek requesting a radio check.
Roger that, KI6RO. Give me about 5 minutes. KI6RO.
Loud, clear.
A washer and a nut, on the outside of it. So I have a feeling that probably is some kind of a set screw. It may be an Allen head or.
Vivian, if you want to look it up, find out what's going on. Beacon exercise, all one word, .org, and
I believe it's how they set the tension on how hard it is or easy it is to turn the knob. So I think you're right on there, Gaspo. I think that's it.
Every day, good night.
County Station 1, lift assist, Lakewood Drive.
Comment?
Yeah, go ahead there, comment.
Yes, K6MGM. I just took the rubber knob off of my 857, and yes, there was a
program on.
Mike, KC6MGM, thank you. I'm looking at, doing the doctor thing.
7581, lift assist, 9292 Lakewood Drive. 9292 Lakewood Drive.
You're the hero for the show.
And Spring Beauty Court, Control 2.
pretty good. Yeah, that rubber knob just slides right off. So, it's just a extra.
Okay, that would definitely fit. Yeah, so the thing with the spring and the setting the tension, the 857 have that. A lot of radios, there'll be like a little little tab either on the bottom or the side, and you can kind of just how tight the knob spins. Does the 857 have that?
Never tried. I just, I normally don't even turn. I have all my things pre-programmed in here, and I just push the right button.
Yeah, I remember when I got my 703, it had that, and I didn't know, and whoever had it like turned all the way up, so it was like really hard to tune the turning knob. I was about ready to send the radio back, and my buddy was like, no, just turn this other little ring around the knob, and then I was like, oh my God.
I turned real.
I think that's what they're for. Normally you want them to turn easily, so you can kind of like give them a spin.
Lima, this is Kilo 6 from Alpha Alpha.
No code on the one
Calling you from Walnut Creek, over.
Like me, and you keep bumping
0, 1, 8.
Kilo Alpha Alpha, this is
Now, all we have
November
to do is
6
get
Lima. I reach you loud and clear.
Put it in there and tight.
3, 6.
Fine.
It's like you're in my same shack here. 2 feet away, nice and clear and loud. Thank you very much, and I'll be looking forward to hearing you on the net in a few minutes. Take care, Maul. And looking forward to that lunch, too. Boy, this week and next would be horrible. It's crazy getting ready for this weekend exercise. Lots of work.
calling you guys
Different orientation sessions for all our operators that are working out of Rockmore Group. So we're going to be busy working with the Walnut Creek. Got to get about 7 sections out of the 8 lined up. So we're going to have a busy repeater and a busy morning when that weekend exercise kicks off on the 30th. Take care. Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha Alpha standing by.
I don't know. It's
Alpha Mike Lima, thank you for the report. Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha Alpha, and I'm sure you'll do a bang-up job for the beacon exercise. This is the Kilo 6 Alpha Mike Lima, Bravo, New York, net.
Hey, Roger. Haven't heard you in a couple of weeks or 2 or 3 or 5 or so. How you doing? Come on in.
I just got back from so I've been out and off doing other things for a while.
Well, it's good to have a life outside.
But he already knows. Put attention all stations, attention all stations, attention all stations. This is the QSC that the Back Valley Radio Club net W6BVR will start in 5 minutes.
Nothing new.
You're in there. I'm glad you're back and had a good trip. AM6MQ, Tuesday Night TechNet. Check-ins, comments, questions, new, old topics. What do you got?
3383 available.
Alpha Mike, Mike check.
Oh, that's, I'm going to say it straight up. That sounds kind of stuffy. It's got more highs, but it sounds like with a little bit more.
All right, I moved the microphone a little bit in front of my mouth. How does that sound now? How now, brown cow?
Either move it away or drop the gain and try it again.
I agree on the hot, KK6VOV.
Copy that. I could probably drop the music down, but it's very deep in the menu, so sound a little bit better.
Oh, yeah, way better. On the frequency, sounds pretty good. Good highs, good mids, good lows. And sounds like you normally do when you come in, over.
No more flat topping, KK6VO.
Right, I dropped the mic gain back down to 2, and I moved the microphone closer to my face. How did that sound?
That's nice and crisp and clear, but you could probably bump it up or close it up a little.
And then I also need to copy that procedure once I get to the target.
Sideband, FM.
Center is at station 10.
I think some of the tones are like right on the edge
at
of the audio input, but it sounds good. FM with higher input, but not if it's flat top.
Then you gotta wonder if it's the audio circuit or the commander on the FM that does that talking thing.
Before you,
yeah, FM sounds good when it sounds good, but when
it shows you the BPM.
Yeah, I'd keep that one, Dan. That sounds alright, but yeah, you know, it's gonna be a different thing on sideband for sure.
Shoulder pain, 4020 Finley Avenue, 4020 Finley, Santa Rosa at Steamboat Jones Hall, across of Letty Avenue and South Wright Road, Control 3, 1958.
The old jack, so I'll do some more adjustment on the other one.
Guys, when you get the larger, would you like us to turn and burn?
But I might jack with my goodness.
No, I'll give you signal files.
With that, I'll throw back to you Whiskey 6 Alpha Mike.
Copy that.
I think that one's probably going to do you better on the sideband, because listening carefully on that last transmission, yeah, the lows are definitely not as prevalent as that thingy was. So yeah, that would make me guess that the cost is more tuned for the gaming. Lots of low end, you know. The FM on ham radio, there's the not compression. What's that called? No, it's not compression. Yeah, it is compression. There's.
The time is 8 p.m. WZBX repeater.
Good evening. The time is 8 p.m.
Vaca Valley Radio Club. This is John, KB0RB, using the club call sign W6VVR, acting as net control this evening for the Vaca Valley Radio Club net. If you wish to make contact with someone or have anything for the net, please use net control. Interrupt the net at any time if you have emergency or priority traffic. The net and visitors are welcome to check in after the club roll call. This net meets every Tuesday evening here at 8 o'clock p.m. local time on the W6VVR repeater. Our repeater has a down offset of 600 kilohertz and a PL tone of 127.3. We are also available via AllStar at node 51094 and Echolink node 454312. Our club president is me, John, KB0RB, and I do have a couple of quick notes for the club this evening. First off, I know a lot of folks have been asking and wondering, yes, Field Day is coming. Field Day is the 27th and 28th of June, the fourth full weekend. We'll be having it again at the Solano County Fairgrounds. Thanks so much to everybody who filled out that survey that I sent out. Based on the answers that you gave me, we've been able to coordinate what our participation at the fairgrounds are going to look like. We're going to try to reproduce the same basic setup that we had last time as a result. That sort of makes things a lot easier for us, which is great, because we already had some diagrams and drawings, and they understand what we mean when we say, hey, we want to put food in the parking lot. They know what that means. The venue has approved us to use the grounds for our event, and we're just finalizing all the paperwork and requirements and insurance and all that kind of stuff. So we'll know more about that at our next meeting, but stay tuned. We're also going to be looking for volunteers to bring things like supplies, tables, coolers. We're going to coordinate the food again like we did last year, so we'll learn more about that at next month's club meeting in May. But we're getting ready to have a great field day, so hopefully everybody's going to be coming out to join us.
in-person meeting that I just mentioned will be on May 14th. Remember, those are at 7 p.m. at the Nuttree Airport. We'll be discussing Field Day further, but I'm also looking for other topics if anybody wants to present something. We'll also be voting on a new board member. I sent out an email a couple of days ago that we have a vacant seat. We have some interest, and so we'll be voting. All club members who are in attendance at this May's meeting will be welcome to vote on that new board member. RRL sent out a bulletin earlier today. Don't forget that Pacificon is coming up, sort of. Their definition of coming up is a little bit loose, but it's the third weekend in October, October 16th through 18th. It will again be in San Ramon. You can register at pacificon.org. I promise not to remind everybody on every net between now and October, but since they sent it, it seemed like a good time to at least mention it. Remember, the hotels book up quick, so if you do plan to stay down there, now might be a good time to think about it. It's totally up to you. But I didn't get to go last year. It sounded like a really fun time, and I'm going to try to go this year. Welcome a new member to the club. Some of you met her at the April in-person meeting, but for those of you who didn't, we're really pleased to welcome Doris, KJ6FMQ. Doris, we'll call you for the roll call if you're out there this week. If not, we'll keep looking for you. But thanks for joining. We're really excited to have a new member in the club. Exciting notes being said. Do we have any club officers, committee chairpersons, anybody out there with announcements or comments for the net? Please come now. Nothing heard. So with that, it is now your time to ask for help if you need. Your request for assistance can be technical or physical. We try to help each other out with antenna and radio projects as needed. If you do need help, please give us your name, call sign, and the assistance that you need. And if anyone is interested in helping you out, they can make contact with you after the net is closed. This is a fun and long-running tradition that this club has that brings our club members together to help each other out. This is a great and helpful group of people, and I know we all want to help, so I love it. Is there anyone out there looking for help at this time? All right, nothing heard. With that, we will start the W6VVR Club roll call. Just as a reminder, if you don't remember, if you haven't checked in for the last 3 weeks, we may not call your name during this section. This is just to keep the net moving along. You can check in after the roll call when we ask for late or missed club members, and if you do, you'll be called next time. It resets you. This week's question of the day, and to give everybody, especially Ralph, a chance to think about this, it is in honor of the recent mission around the moon, that very exciting Artemis II mission. What's your fondest memory of the space program? I know we have folks out here who have seen a lot of different things in their lives, and I'd love to know what's everybody's fondest memory of the space program. And it's okay if it was Artemis II, that being the most recent, but whatever it was, love to hear about it. Kick off the club roll call for this evening. Again, this is W6VVR, and number one on the list is K6RAA Ralph.
6 Romeo Alpha Alpha, Ralph, transmitting from Walnut Creek, California, and thank you for doing the net. And that's a good question. I think my fondest memory of that would be when they walked on the moon for the first time. And I was in Louisiana, in New Orleans at the time, listening and watching that whole episode. So that was quite a, I think that's the first time we actually were on a different, it was a moon, but different sphere in the what do you call it, outside the planet. So it was quite impressive. It's kind of like one of those other favorite things you remember exactly for your life where you were when a certain event happened. And that was the moonwalk. Back to you, and thank you for doing the net. Over.
Great signal tonight. Thanks for checking in, Ralph. And I have a feeling I'm going to hear that a lot this evening, but I certainly hope that we get some more diversity than just the moon landing, although that is pretty amazing. I wish I had been there to see it, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next one. Next up is KB6UOF Gary. 06BUE Bob.
Bob, and I'm drawing a blank on the memories, so I'm going to pass for now.
Got you checked in, Bob. That's okay. Not a test, but thanks for joining us this evening, and we'll move on to KN6ESN, Ed. GP, Frank.
6 Golf Papa, Frank in Rio Vista. Good evening all, and sounded good there, John. Thanks for doing the net. And yeah, you can't beat the first walk on the moon, but I can't forget about this recent trip around the other side of the moon. That was definitely a first of observing and hearing and seeing the differences that go on the other side of the moon. So that's what I'm thinking about these days. Also, a quick request for courtesy check-in for KM6INR. He is remote and out of touch with the repeater, so please follow up on that. This is W6TP. Back to net control. Over.
Very good. Thank you, Frank. I got Don checked in. Appreciate that. And thanks for the check-in. Great signal tonight. K6WBY, David.
Good evening, John. This is David, K6WBY in St. Helena, but I am on EchoLink tonight. Growing up in the early 80s and just watching everything that the space program was doing at that time, I am now truly fascinated by what SpaceX is doing as a private company and how they're pushing the boundaries of space going forward. So that's what keeps me interested. Thanks for running that. 7-3.
Checking in, sounding great there over, I think you said EchoLink, but either way, signal's good. Thanks for checking in, David. We're going to give Frank, KG6NLW, a courtesy check at his request. And next up is N6ZGB, Antonio. O6BOM, Roger.
Roger, Kilo Oscar 6, Bravo Oscar Mike in Vacaville. And the best thing I can come up with is I was in the Navy going to engineering school and met a lot of people there, and one of the guys invited me to go to his hometown in Sedalia, Missouri, and that was the weekend they landed on the moon. So that was pretty memorable.
So you got to watch the moon landing with a member of the space program. Am I hearing that right?
All space cadets at that time.
Cool. I'd love to pick your brain more about that. Well, good signal tonight. Thanks for checking in, Roger. Good to hear you. Next up is KN6CDK, Evan. KA6JLW, Ed.
6 Juliet Lima Whiskey and in Fairfield. The most memorable was the first landing on the moon. I was in the process of flying across the country, and every time there was an event, we happened to have been at an airport where we could watch it, and the changes between 1969 and 2006 are absolutely amazing.
Can't beat that progression of science, although it is pretty incredible watching side-by-side videos. I've seen some cut-together videos of the splashdowns of the original Apollos versus the splashdowns of the Orion Artemis capsules, and how little has changed in that process. It's pretty amazing. We're still doing it, and it still works. Good signal tonight. Thanks for checking in. A little quiet, but he sounded good. And Next up is WB6 WYF. Mike, you out there, Mike?
WYF, and I think my favorite thing was the walk on the moon.
Very, very loud and clear tonight, Mike. Thanks for checking in. Walk on the moon. I had a feeling we were going to hear a lot of that. K6QQX, Russ. KM6QLB, Vince. Six Hotel Charlie, Skip.
Thanks for what's going on here. Hey, I have very, very fond memories of the Apollo mission. I was attached to a unit out of Ramstein, Germany, and my job was to travel to set up HF comm links. We didn't have the satellite links and direct comm links that we have today. So we deployed with KWM-2As worldwide, all the way around the perimeter from the launch point to the recovery point, and it was really, really interesting to be actually part of the comm team during that time period. And I remember when my boys had when they were in high school. When they came out, if you guys remember those Casio computer watches that kind of came out, we thought, oh, that was the top of the world. You know, my kids came out and they found out that those doggone watches had more computer power than the Apollo mission than the capsule had. So there's a lot of stick and rudder work going on that when they were actually flying the real mission. And some high school kid had more computing power on his wrist. Unbelievable, amazing, and we've come a long ways, and I had a lot of fond memories. Anyway, back to you guys. Nothing else. Over.
Skip a little fry on there, but I know you're on an HT, and it sounds great. So, yeah, that's fascinating. You were part of the team setting up those links. I gotta ask you about that sometime. I'm curious, was there a lot of directional antennas involved? How many of them did you have to deploy? So many questions. Thanks for checking in. Good to hear you. W0HHO Jim, you out there, Jim?
0 Hotel Oscar, Jim in Fairfield, and I'll go with the spacewalk.
The first EVA outside of a vehicle, or the moonwalk, the first walking on the moon? Super cool. Very terrifying. I imagine that the first person to do that, anybody who does that, but the first person especially, boy, that must have been a petrifying experience. Good to hear you tonight. Thanks for checking in, Jim, as always. N6ETR, Dan, you out there?
Dan in Vacaville. Thanks for doing the net tonight, John. Growing up and presently, I never really followed any of the particular space programs. I did keep an eye on the launch and landing of this recent one, but I did watch a documentary on one of the Mars rovers. I think it's called Goodnight Opie or something like that, but it was provided a lot of insight on the preparations and development required to have any kind of inanimate piece of equipment just operate outside of the atmosphere, from considering gravity to the effects of being outside of our atmosphere and straight electrical and what it can do to equipment. And it's crazy what that rover went through. So that's a documentary I recommend.
Those rovers were an incredible success story too. That was a triumph of engineering, both in spirit and opportunity, designed to run for, I think, 18 months, and they ended up running for something like 20 years. They finally died. It was very sad when they finally died. Everybody had grown very attached to them. Absolutely fascinating. Thanks for checking in, Dan. Good to hear from you. WU1Q Mitch. Tonight we're missing some of the regulars. KF6, KFQ, Dave.
I remember watching Neil Armstrong live, stepping on the moon, and I taped it live on my Norelco cassette player, which I still have the tape of. Over.
Is it still playable? Have you tried?
Cassette player.
And thanks for checking in, Dave. Good to hear you as always. N6THN, Bruce, I know you're on Echolink. Are you out there? So I'm going to give him the courtesy check he requested and move on to N6AML, Amal.
Number 6, Alpha Mike Lima, Amal from Walnut Creek. Thank you for doing the net, John. And I have actually, I wouldn't call it fond memories. I was very excited. But because I was in Europe, my first event, the one that I really remember, was Yuri Gagarin of the USSR going up to do an Earth orbit, first man in space, 40th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, so it was 1957. And then the other one, again, I was in Europe, so I had very poor telemetry because it was relayed on television. But I think Apollo 8, which was around Christmas of '68. It was a year before Apollo 11. It was the first spacecraft, U.S. spacecraft, to leave the Earth's gravity, and it was the first, human crewed flight to orbit the moon. And one of the things that was, emblematic of that flight was they were the first people to photograph the dark side of the moon and to take a picture of Earthrise. That was, really something very moving. I agree with all the folks who, voted for the moonwalk, but this came first. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Back to you.
Yeah, very good. Both great points. The United States has had a checkered past with Russia. We've had on again, off again quality relationships. But say what you will, Yuri Gagarin was a true hero, an incredibly charismatic individual, and the achievement of being the first person in space. While I'm sure we all wish it could have been an American instead, that's in the past, and it cannot be overstated how incredible that was. So, great call out, and the Earthrise photo, of course, is absolutely iconic. Nothing will ever beat that picture. There will never be a better picture, I don't think. So, good call. Good to hear you as always, Amal. Thanks for checking in. KC7ADD, Doug.
There, I missed the Neil Armstrong on the moon. I was racing down a canyon, setting a speed record because there was nobody else on the road. I got to watch him on tape, though.
Your own record in the meantime, though. That sounds like a fun story I'd like to hear sometime. Thanks for checking in, Doug. Always good to hear you. N6EFR, Bert.
Bert, Green Valley. One of my fondest memories was, I grew up down in LA in the 80s, so when the space shuttle used to land down in Edwards Air Force Base, you'd feel and hear the double sonic booms that would come in as the shuttle landed. So that was like one of my good, fondest memories of that, is like just to hear it going, what was that? Why was that? And then remembering, oh, the shuttle's landing. That's it. But yeah, thanks for doing that.
Very good. I've never actually witnessed one land or take off. That'd be part of my story when we get to me. That sounds great, though. That sounds really exciting. I would love to watch one land. That would be super cool. All right, we're going to call you Doris, KJ6FMQ. Are you out there? Nothing heard. We'll courtesy check her as a new member so we can call her again next week. And KO6HRZ Rob. K6PRM Mark.
Mark in Rio Vista. When the astronauts landed on the moon and took the walk on the moon, I was living in Washington, D.C., so it was pretty exciting. I kept the newspaper that came out from the moon walk. I still have it. I was in middle school. And it was pretty exciting. I was really surprised that they found rocks on the moon that were like the Earth's rocks. They didn't find green cheese. Har, har. Over.
Indeed. I don't know what they were expecting, but I do remember. I also have the New York Times from the day the first moon walk happened, but it was my father's. I was not born yet, but I also have it. Sometimes I still pull it out and look at it. It's very interesting. Great. Thank you for checking in, Mark. Appreciate that as always. Next up is KQ6OB Fred.
Good evening to the net. This is Fred, Kilo Quebec 6, Oscar Bravo, and I think the moon landing was my highlight of things to remember. Back to you, Kilo Quebec 6, Oscar Bravo.
Appreciate that. Also, side note, I know you were looking for some repeaters. Please get in touch with me. We have somebody in the club who might have some to sell. Next up is Kilo Mike 6, Zulu Uniform Mike Jackie.
6 Zulu Uniform Mike Jackie, on for doing the net tonight, and a courtesy check-in please for Evan, KN6 Charlie Delta Kilo, if you would appreciate that. My space memory would be, again, with everyone, the first landing on the moon. I was in high school, and I can remember watching it with my family on what now seems like a very small television set. And then I just wanted to mention that maybe because of the Artemis 2, there was a NASA documentary, multi-part one out just recently, probably on Amazon, I don't know, some streaming, which my husband and I watched. It was really interesting because it started with, like, how did man first figure out how to fly, back to Da Vinci, and all sorts of things. And then all the way up, we watched it all the way up through the Apollo program, and it might have gone on through the space shuttles. I think we haven't quite figured that out yet. But anyway, if anybody's looking for a really great, well-narrated breakdown of the whole NASA program from the beginnings before NASA all the way through at least the Apollo missions, that would be good. KM6, Zulu Uniform Mike.
All right, great. Thanks, Jackie. Appreciate that. And that's, I'll look for that. Do you happen to remember the name of the doc or no?
It's called NASA, but I'm not sure. It was more than just NASA because it predates it, but it's, or NASA in space, maybe that was it, something like that.
Very good. Thanks so much for checking in. Good signal as always. Nice to hear you, Jackie. We got KM6INR as courtesy checked in, so next is KM6JQE, Don. KN6HTB, Doug.
6HTB. It's hard to beat the first moonwalk, but as a kid, I do remember John Glenn orbiting the Earth, first American to orbit the Earth in '62, and I think 7 years later they walked on the moon. That's pretty amazing.
I'm surprised nobody's mentioned him yet. Yeah, thanks for checking in, Doug. Good to hear you as always. KB6WTX, Jim.
WTX Jim, and like everyone else, I'm going to say when Neil Armstrong took that first step onto the moon and made that iconic little speech of his, and it was something.
It was quite the speech. I've watched many a recording of it. Good to hear you. Thanks for checking in, Jim. KO6CZQ, Tom. ACF, Dan. All right, and that's me, KB0RB. I'll check myself in. And as a child of the 80s, my memories are all of the space shuttle, and I remember discovering that my parents' next-door neighbor was the lead engineer that designed the Canada arm on the space shuttles. And so from that day forward, I started watching every single shuttle mission on TV and really hyper-fixating on the arm and thinking, this guy designed that. How did he know how to do that? So I watched a lot of shuttle missions, and I watched the Canada arm. And I had bought tickets to go to the final shuttle launch, and it got scrubbed and moved at the last minute, and so I did not end up going. I really wanted to see the last. Thought this would be my only chance before they mothballed them, and I did not get to go. So I didn't get to watch many of the super exciting missions. I saw some of the tragedies that we experienced, and I saw some of the more routine, if you can call any space mission routine, but I didn't get to see any of the really historic stuff. The most historic thing, I think, being that Artemis launch just a couple of weeks ago. So that's me. Next up is KO6IUH, David.
My main memory is of the Challenger. I was in 3rd grade in Florida when it exploded, and we got to go outside, and we were watching outside when we saw we didn't really know what was going on. Obviously, I'm in 3rd grade, but definitely saw that, found out later what had happened when I got home, when my mom told me, but unfortunately that's my fondest memory. But I'm really enjoying watching what's going on right now with Artemis, and looking forward to seeing them do more. So that's it. KO6IUH, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, David. And yeah, unfortunately, that is a strong memory for many people. I don't know if I'd call it a fond one for myself, but it certainly stands out in my head. Next up is KO6ABL, in case you're out there, Sonny. If not, we'll courtesy check you. Nothing heard for those following along at home. Sonny has been laid up with an injury for a little while. I got some news from Gary recently that he is doing better, so if anybody is interested in reaching out to Sonny, he'd still love to hear from you, but he does seem to be on the mend. Next up is KB0A, Brian.
Good evening, everyone. My memory, I remember Neil Armstrong walking on the moon. I actually had a reel-to-reel tape recorder, and I set it up for 1.25 inches per second to record the audio, and I don't know whatever happened to that tape, but the tape's gone, the recorder's gone, it's whatever. But I remember there was a really good series on HBO, and I actually had the video set on DVD. It was called From the Earth to the Moon. It was done, Ron Howard and Tom Hanks did it. They produced it, and it was really, really well done and really interesting because it talked about developing the LEM module and designing it and stuff like that, and it was just a really interesting show to watch, and it's still on. I just checked, it's still on HBO, so if you have HBO Max, you can just put in From the Earth to the Moon, and there was one season, and I think there was like 12 episodes, and it actually went through the entire Apollo program, so it was real interesting. Anyway, one other note, let me reset. Sent out an email about a Pacific region call on Sunday at 7 o'clock Pacific time. It was basically addressed to ARRL members, but it said ARR members and other interested hams. So if you want to listen in, the information's there, and join in on Sunday at 7 p.m. With that, back to you, KB08.
Thanks for checking in, Brian. Bummer about those tapes, but sometimes things vanish. I wonder if it still would have been good. A lot of those old reel-to-reel tapes have not held up. Thanks for checking in. Good signal as always. Appreciate the info on the ARL. Thanks for all the emails you send out. Appreciate that. KO6KHE, Jared.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Kilo Oscar 6, Kilo Hotel Echo, Jared in England. I'm going to have to say the James Webb Space Telescope was a pretty unique thing they did, and I actually met someone who was one of the ladies who worked on it. I used to work with her, and but yeah, it's pretty interesting how it was made, and everyone was really excited about it. But yeah, everyone have a good night.
Very good. Thanks for checking in. Pretty solid signal, actually, too. The JWST is an incredible piece of technology. I still remember when Hubble went up and then all the missions to fix it because it wasn't quite right, and everybody was very mad that it wasn't quite right. And then watching that web unfold in space, this thing they had never tried before in zero gravity, and how complicated it was, and it worked perfectly. It just reminded me of the power of planning ahead. Amazing the scientific things we can accomplish when we put our heads to it. Thanks for checking in, Jared. JWST is an incredible accomplishment. Appreciate the check-in. KJ6DLF, Chris.
Hello, sir. Just getting home from Yountville. But mine would be the very tail end of the Apollo, the Apollo missions, and then, of course, the shuttle missions, because that was, all the way through high school until I went into the Navy, and very sad to see him in that. Those were amazing missions, and like you said, some of them were just kind of but it was still cool to listen to the astronauts, through different relays. It was a very interesting program, and if you could check in the wife, KM6JQB, I'd appreciate it. Thanks for doing the net tonight.
All right, no problem at all. Got you and Carol checked in. Appreciate that. And yeah, the shuttles were, they took a lot of flack for being overpriced and outdated, but they worked, except for the 2 times that they didn't. And still amazing. And if anybody ever has the chance, I highly recommend getting to one of the museums that houses one of the shuttles where you can walk up close to it. Talk about an emotionally overwhelming sight to see. I've seen 3 of them. The one in LA was my favorite one because it's housed indoors in this incredible hangar. And the shuttle is really an amazing piece of machinery, so take the chance and get up close to one if you can. Next up is Fred, W1FRD.
Hey, hello, it's W1FRD, it's Fred here. My space shuttle memory is when I was 4 years old. Dad wakes us up and goes, boys, you got to come out here and see this. This is monumental. So we watched the walk on the moon. And then my other favorite thing is talking to Kel Lindgren on the ISS, an actual astronaut on ham radio. W1FRD.
And talking to one of those guys on the radio is pretty amazing. I've met 2 shuttle astronauts through various things, but that's just like they were at a talk and I just stayed after to shake their hand. Not like I talked to them in space like you did, so that's really cool. Good to hear you, Fred. Thanks for checking in. Next up, KO6ERD, Rich.
KO6ERD, Rich in Vacaville. And 3rd grade, my elementary teacher, Miss Hannibit, had a space shuttle program where very select few kids got to be either in the space shuttle or mission command, and I remember it was an honor to be on the mission command, and she was just always excited about the space program and hoping that one day one of her students would be an astronaut. I don't know if that's happened, but it was fun to see her excitement in the space program.
Fantastic, and that's exactly what you want from a teacher, is to inspire the kids around her. So it's great that you were excited because she was excited, because that means she was a great teacher. So that's a great memory. Thanks for sharing, Rich. Good to hear you. A little fuzzy on your end today, but good to hear you as always. Next up, W6MAV, Mike. I've been around the block enough times to know that we're not going to hear from K6LAZ, but let's see. You out there, Diane? Then next, K6RDW, Ross. Ross, you out there? From Ross, that concludes the scheduled roll call. Do we have any late or missed club member check-ins? Again, this is W6VVR conducting the club roll call. And we are now looking for late or missed club members. If we have any of those, please come now.
7, Charlie, Bravo, Lima, Connor, and San Mateo. Good evening.
Haven't heard from you in quite a while. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Coming in pretty loud and clear from San Mateo. Do you have anything for the net? Specifically, our question of the day, if you missed it, was what's your fondest memory of the space program?
Well, being my age, we haven't done a lot of space stuff. I guess my fondest memory was elementary school, and this will date me for most people that don't know me. I was in elementary school watching the shuttle get piggybacked on a 747. So that was pretty unique. I wish I had a phone. That would have been really cool to film it. I know there's pictures online, but it's not as cool as taking it yourself. So, but good to hear you and everybody else out here. Just have the radio on, sitting here at the desk scanning, which is not a normal Tuesday night activity. So, heard everybody out here. I figured, all right, I'll check in. I'll wait for the later missed members and sections. So, anyways, everybody have a good evening. Have a good week. Kilo 7, Charlie, Bravo, Lima.
All right, very good. Good to hear you. We're here every Tuesday, so come on by. Put on that scan and check in next time. We'll call you now that we've crossed you off for the 21st. But, yep, good memory. Thanks for calling in. Anyone else, any other later missed club members, please come now. To the visitors, if you're out there, any visitors who are not club roll call and club members, please give your call sign, name, location, and if you have anything for the net, including the answer to our question of the day, which as a reminder is, what was your fondest memory of the space program? Any visitors, please come now.
A7, CYQ, Steve in Fairfield. And it'd be the moon landing in 1969. I was a senior in high school. I remember watching it on TV.
We got you checked in, and great memory. I wish I had been there to see that. Sounds like a lot of people certainly loved it. Do we have any other visitors this evening? Visitors, please come now. Is there anything else? Anybody else with outstanding business or check-ins for the net this evening? With that, this is W6VVR. We'll close the club net for this evening, return the repeater to normal operations. This is me, KB0RB, returning to my normal self. Keep watching the skies out there. Everybody enjoy what the space program has to offer us. We have another big couple of missions coming up. Look forward to seeing you all on next week's net and again at the club meeting in May. Have a great evening and 73.
And calling EIC Hall, over.
K7 CBL in 60CR. Are you out there, Connor?
Yeah, train 11 here at Redwood Hall at Redwood Landfill. The crossing is fully protected. You're good to move through. Over. All right, understood.
But I know you got a pretty busy life. How are things going?
Sure, thank you. What happened?
Oh man, just been running around, man. It's been it has been busy, that's for sure. But finally get some more time to slowly getting more time to work on my projects and kind of get back into the side of things.
San Jose Station 11, fire investigation, Ridgeway Avenue at Mendocino Avenue.
Oh, it's good to hear you on the radio. Yeah, I get that. You know, you run around and have to drop temporarily. I'm all right. Just working on the Toyota here and there. I had to purge my ham shack because it was getting bad. It was like a boarding room. So anyway, nice and organized. So I'll be on the radio a little more. Might use investigate soon. And I'm working on my
fire near the alley of Ridgeway Avenue at Mendocino Avenue. Ridgeway Avenue at Mendocino Avenue, San Rosa. Control 3, 2043.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear. Radio's a whole. That's a place. So I've just been working on, like I said, working on projects. I had this, call it, where I was like, I need to finish projects. I've got a lot of stuff that is sitting that I haven't. And a good example is this weekend I need to finish up this saw that I've got sitting on my workbench, get it basically ready for storage. It's not my main saw. Well, it's my main saw, but it's not my truck saw. So, drain it, let it run.
583, Alpha status. Have a good night.
And clear space off on my bench for the next project, which is swapping a power supply in my boat anchor service monitor.
Where you at?
Took it down, but fixed it. Now I
knocking down
Redwood North. And I'm shooting myself in the foot for not doing it before.
Alright, copy.
So
We're going over Main.
Things like that. Rotate through what's on the bench. And we'll see. Maybe even this weekend I'll be putting up another patch wall since I have filled 2 of them so far with my patches. So always something, that's for sure. But I was up in your area not too long ago. I drove up to Roseville 2 weekends ago. Driving back, I threw my call out a couple times going both directions, and it was a ghost town out here. Didn't hear anyone.
Yeah, the repeater can be like that sometimes. I don't know, maybe if it's during a work day or whatever, but you got to hit it with that good old. That'll bring somebody out. But yeah, well, that's cool. I'm glad to hear you. You get your project straightened out. I'm in the same boat. I sat on the desk and torn apart for a few years. You know what? I'm gonna throw it all in a box, and I'll hit it when I'm ready. So let's put it on a shelf and put it out there. Totally cool on that, man. So, any chance we'll get to see out at Field Day this year?
I actually just put the form in this morning or yesterday, whenever that Google form went out. So I'll be making the trip up. Last year was a total. I guess we're on ham radio. Kind of more used to my commercial side. It was a total Sierra show. So there was a lot of running and fixing broken things. So this year I'm actually going to be taking a buddy of mine, and we're gonna make the trip up. And what was it? Not last year, year before last, 2024. I was only there for about a couple hours, but that was a lot to go up here. I'm planning on. We'll probably leave here probably around 8. Get up there around 9. I don't know. I say that, but I'm probably going to push it back. Well, I'll stay up there for a couple hours, and then we'll come back here, but not much in terms of activity here, man. I've just been working on the commercial side of things, and it's just a little bit more, but I get to do a lot more stuff that I don't get to do here on the hammy side, so it's kind of been a good break, and then it's complete. work, so you know, get to play around with various different things and whatnot, but there's that's the best way to put it. Just for shenanigans. It's most of what we're doing it for. So, oh great, this radio, that's crazy. But yeah, just lots of commercial projects. It's definitely the technology that you can play with is a lot more detailed. And a lot of it's not safe for ham radio.
Yeah, you got a little bit broader vision, I guess, over on the commercial side. So, yeah, well, that's all right. It's good to hear you back here, and yeah, hopefully you and your buddy get it's nice. We're at the Solano County Fairgrounds this year, and we'll last you guys want to bring your own gear or just hang out and observe, whatever, but decide to bring your own gear. You think small, there's plenty of space.
Yeah, K7CBL. I'll definitely have my showpiece, if you will, which is I was building Go Boxes. I think you've seen pretty much every revision of the Go Box. I don't know if you've seen the most. Like, Go Boxes are cool, whatever. I don't want to carry them. They're more like, I call them luggable comms boxes, just because they always whole thing. So one of the things that I built, this is like, I don't remember how long ago it was. This last year, I built a man pack, and it's funny, the bag costs more than the radio, but it's a fully self-contained unit. Front, so I just have a small admin pouch. It's got like my antennas and my 2-wire antennas type that I carry in it. They're very compact, and then I've also got this really cool carbon fiber whip, and I forgot that it's a full 17-foot whip, but it weighs like nothing. So the whole point of that is I can throw, and it's got a battery. It's called a breath pump battery, and it's got 12-volt output, so the whole unit's self-contained, but the nice part of it is mainly because we were doing a lot of contracts.
Smart Control Train 12, over.
For about a year, and I wanted something that...
Oh, go ahead.
Because towards the tail end of it, we weren't actually doing
cross labor.
So we were kind of just sitting there, and I ran out of admin to do, break.
Right, copy that. Okay, Jonathan.
So I was like, hey, I need something for ATS. Might as well, you know, when you're up at 2,000 feet and you got a 360-degree view of the ocean on one side and the rest of the Bay Area. So it's been pretty successful, so I'll definitely be bringing that. But I'll also have the 7300, so if we need to tactically deploy a 160-meter dipole again, I'll have with me. You just need to bring the wire.
All right, man. You sound like you're set up. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, you know, I'm not as hardcore as you are as far as the go bag and stuff. I'm basically just pointing my stuff together and do a big battery. So plug my. Well, you know, the 160 thing's not a question. Supposedly Kellen is talking about. I think that's what we tied off to last time. So you know, there's always options out there.
Yeah, I had a spare G90, and I was just bringing that with me, and I plugged it in the truck. The work truck is a 2025 F350 Power Stroke, and the stupid single cigarette lighter out dashboard is ignition only, so I'd have to run the ignition. And when I did that, something just
Well, everything copy over.
and I have not been able to figure out what it is in the truck. So,
Crossing warning notification, 6912.
and it
1
worked
2.
great.
Roll 632.
Idle it all day and it's just nothing.
Procedure 1,
take like
Redwood
one
landfill,
little tip and be good all day.
31.89.
However, the biggest thing I noticed is not only shot up, which means more regens, which means, worse fuel efficiency, not that I really care, but you get the point. I noticed that
Like the first stretch, they did at 2053 to start the TSA
during the charge, and it just caused a mess on HF, so I was like, okay, I need to have it fully isolated.
And you sound fantastic. What's the what flavor of incentive?
PR for ID. Yeah, that's interesting. I was gonna jump.
White Cloud Road, 35401, White Cloud Road, derailling. Cross of ship's wheel close and top mast close. Control 2, 2053.
So, yeah, the fact that it comes back is a little odd, but yeah, you gotta love the ignition only power receptacle. I think Toyota or Chevrolet, I forget who, but they're guilty of that too. So that's unfortunate, especially in a work truck. They provide you something maybe like a heavier circuit to an outlet.
Sonoma Station 3, medical aid, agua caliente.
Yeah, the DEF fluid. My dad owns a diesel truck. He owns the truck so for like 6 months, and it actually originally was a fuel mixture. And basically, we had to hook up an edge tuner to tell him. And he's like, dude, I can't even drive to the grocery store. It screams at me, and I got to do oil changes every 300 miles. So he sold that really quick. Out of business.
Steve, Violetti Drive. 1750 Violetti Drive. Agua Caliente at the Agua Caliente Village in the lobby. Cross of Toledo Court. Control 4.
The noise is not coming over the power line. I confirmed it. Like I tested running off of an AC supply in the truck. It's still there. Running on battery with the truck running or ignited in the on position. It's there. So I gave up on that. The worst part about that truck, man, is it's doing like adaptive regen like all these new diesels do, and it doesn't really like my driving pattern because I'll have a lot of because sometimes I don't want to get on
for
arterial freeways.
Unconscious 69-year-old female,
and everything like that.
35,409 flight. Cloud Road to Sea Ranch, and we are requesting a helicopter recharge.
Circumstances, and then I'll get on the freeway
Run number
and I'll drive
305.
25 miles at 70 miles an hour, cruise control set, and the truck doesn't regen. But then I'll be going, I'll get to the site, gate, go through the gate, and it starts regenning, and then it stops regenning halfway through because I'm like going up, taking it slow, kind of crawling at some of our sites because we've got some pretty rough roads. And then it just gets really mad about regenning. But one of the biggest things I noticed just shot up. I used to be able to go 3,000 miles before I needed a refill, and now it's like 2,000 miles before I need to refill it.
We have requested a helicopter.
It's all handled. Government vehicle, so it's not like I'm paying for it out of pocket, but it is one of those things where driving around, consumption goes up, and then I idle it, and it tries to regen while I'm idling, and that doesn't work. So it's definitely, there's too much, man. There's too much. Like, he has an 06 250 with the power stroke, and man, he loves that thing. All I ever hear though is
44 2057.
Yeah. No, my truck's a 2006. It's I think the second to last year before they started requiring diesel filters. So I'm holding on to that thing for as long as I can, and when the day comes that I have to park, I'm probably just going to go back to gas something, because I'm not dealing with that mess. I just want to run that thing 5 minutes down the road to the grocery store or idle somewhere. That's me. That's my business.
What I will say, actually, I forgot to say this before, so they give you an inverter, which is great. Like, that's a trim option. Love it. But Ford gives you at least one cigarette lighter, which is all. However, I have a 2024 Silverado.
Copy it, 2058.
I absolutely love my truck. Didn't come with a single cigarette lighter.
County Station 4, staging event,
building my own speaker box style underseat storage thing for my radio tray. On one side of its radio tray, the other side stuff. I put in my own cigarette lighters in the back seat. But none of these new trucks, man, especially the higher trims, when you start putting center consoles and things, they don't have cigarette lighters. He's the worst for it. And I know because we just bought 1500 for the SO Patrol.
Engine 10, Medic 541,
cigarette lighters.
Stage 1145 South Range Road, 1145 South Range Road, West Inroads, Westbourne installed.
Because
cross of Price Avenue and Miles Avenue, Control 3, 2058.
They didn't have them, and it wasn't until they got the trucks and fully upfit them, threw the decals on them, and they went in the back. So then they had to rewire all of them and pull DC cables from the center console all the way to the back of the truck. Instead, somewhere like on the center console, like the factory center console or something like that. Nope, they didn't do any of that. So, yeah, it's really interesting how much you get stripped down. Even in Uniform 6 Hotel, some work truck trim packages. It's very strange. It's a big deal.
Yeah, well, you know, that's government contract for you, right? I mean, I don't know how your agency works, but I mean, cheapest bid wins. So you got to really spec up when you go to put that I guess RFP out of there. Yeah, it's amazing what they can.
Good evening. The time is 9 p.m.
Oh, absolutely. But anyways, I'm gonna let you go. It's bedtime. I hard cut myself. Done with everything for the night, so I'm gonna let you go. But it's good talking to you. And yes, I do plan to be there for field day this year. So you will, unless I keel over before then. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyways, take care of you. And a big job.
Alright, you guys see you field day, and we'll hear you again Tuesday night, right? Give me a hard time. Good night, sleep tight, K7CBL.
Medic 120 at 2101. Reach is advising that Copter 11 declined and all other helicopters declined due to weather en route to the airport.
Okay, copy.
code on the 109.
Call for visitors and strikers, and after that I'll open up the next to members, visitors, and strikers.
Engine 8, Engine 10, Medic 516 and Medic 541, stand by for possible change of location. Additional medical aid, chest pain, 4020 Finley Avenue, Santa Rosa, Samuel Jones Hall. Switch to control 3. Petaluma Station 3, medical aid, Springfield Place.
And dispatch, no code on 104. Thank you, and EIC Hall coming over. ECO Hall here, over. Yeah, we're coming to you right now. Right over landfill. Officer, check it over. Redwood landfill is fully protected for your northbound movement. Over. Copy that. Fully protected northbound move to Eureka.
Medic 122 at scene 2108.
for Medic 122, is there any air or public safety helicopters available?
I'll check.
I think it's 2 hours and something minutes. So we wrapped it up, my wife was getting the...
Santa Rosa, Station 6, medical aid, Boas Drive. Engine 6, Medic 540, fall, altered subject, 101 Boas Drive, 101 Boas Drive, Santa Rosa, apartment 23, cross of Highway 12 and Charmaine Drive, control 3, 2113.
Go for train 11. Time to get down there at Larkspur, turn and burn. Copy that, turn and burn. Correct, thank you. Marshall.
Before 58, control 2.
4458.
H30 accepted. We'll have a 40-minute ETA to the airport.
Copy, 40 ETA to Beach Airport.
we'll get on a wagon train on Route 66 till we get over to, oh, no, that's
Medic 172 en route to the LZ.
cousin Lynn.
See you, Lynn.
Oh, permission for no failure for landfill.
Put it on.
CO Hall to train 12. I'm here at Redwood Landfill. Got the crossing fully protected for your southbound movement. Over.
At the LZ 2125.
I'm calling flagman at Redwood Landfill. CCO Hall to train 12. Crossing at Redwood Landfill is fully protected for your southbound movement. Over.
Okay, train 12 copies that. Fully protected for a southbound move. Thank you, sir. Here we go.
Train 9 Star Control, no further proceed on the 112 route.
Alright, go ahead.
4458, control 2.
4458.
H30 would like an update on the patient from Medic 122.
Stand by.
Copy.
.122 is H30 on control 2.
Affirm.
H30 Medic 122, our patient's a 69-year-old female, approximately 45, 50 kilos, stroke alert, head pain, ALOC. H30 copy, stroke alert.
Medic 527, post 4.
5-6 Memorial.
Copy.
Control 2, engine 4458 and engine 4485 arrived at the Ranch Airport.
Copy.
Same thing.
I stepped out of the training facility, and the sun.
Medic 542, copy, post 24.
This is WA6YGD, repeated.
Marathon. I didn't get that part of my notes there.
Yeah, they were always payers.
Jim, Medic 120 shows clear available, returning to Santa Rosa.
Medic 120, return.
W6HAI6US.
Hey, Brian. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. Hey, you have several nodes active on the same network, don't you?
I'm down to one. I'm down to a Shari that assists you in being the room, right? It was when subscription service for Jerry was doing that temporarily, and he never blacklisted it. It still works.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a problem. I'm just trying to get access to a node that is on the network but on a different machine, and I just can't get permissions to get in for Allmon for it. And I'm just kind of scratching my head trying to figure out why I cannot get access to Allmon, but I can get access to the node itself, and I can I can go into the dashboard and all of that. But I was just wondering if the .local account just meant it was on your network, or if it had to be on the same machine.
You know, this sounds familiar. It sounds like what you were working on over the weekend, and the .local stuff and here, there, and I have a pure installation on my high power duplex machine, but my max track blew up. I've just had the power off on it, so I wouldn't be able to SSH in and give it a poke.
Yeah, I'm just, over the weekend I was able to get into the, into Allmon 3 for the device, and so I could change nodes and do all that, but I had to, use the machine itself for any of my, route and any of the terminal stuff. But, now it's flip-flopped. I did a reinstall last night on the Dell 3040, and now the permissions are flip-flopped. I can get into Allmon. I can get into, the cockpit and terminal and SSH and all that, but I cannot get into Allmon, and I'm just, wit's end.
Have you tried running them as pseudo, right?
Yeah, no, when I'm on another machine, all I'm trying to get is my Allmon 3 dashboard working. I can sign into the machine absolutely no problem. It recognizes it, using both the IP address and the domain, and so that's the thing that has me scratch my head. Why can I, get to the machine and I can, get in there to terminal and everything else, but I can't look at something as simple as, I know it's just a permission on Allmon 3, but I cannot figure it out.
I've even unplugged stuff out of that thing. I've just given up. So I can find just that, like, tradesies for another PM400 or a CDM, 1425 or whatever. Something with a 16 or 20 pin connector at the back. WNATV was pretty helpful. He had a whole tote of some max tracks, but they were like 900 gigahertz, 2 meter, all over the place. I'm really looking for a 70 centimeter unit. I know I'm being picky, and I can just go to eBay and get one for $75. I should just put mine in.
Hold off for a couple days. There's a local radio shop here that offered to donate some, and we've been playing email tag here just off the freeway on the way down to Auburn. So in the next couple days, when I make a run down to Auburn, I'll just swing by a shop and see supposedly at a box of radios, VHF and UHF stuff to donate, and some of it was pulled working, some of it just needs to be tested. So he offered to donate that. So let me see what's in that box before you buy anything.
Okay, awesome. I mean, Brian, I appreciate it. If you remember, that's awesome. Welcome me to it. You know how we get. You got the money, but half of the fun is the scavenger part. So anyway, wish I could walk you through that. It's off in every sense of the word, and I'm kind of in a brain loss right now, because I usually do that stuff like, okay, go here, when I root in or SSH in and all that and connect. So anyway, thanks for coming back to me. Appreciate that. Kind of breaking up the quiet net. I ran it for 6.5 hours yesterday till Brett and Frank had to check in.
I heard that. Yeah, and Bob, too, checked in last evening before he turned in. I didn't know, I had the radio down for most of the day. I don't know if he dropped by today, but yeah, I had a good chat with Bob, too, last night. Kind of caught up on what's going on with him back there. But, yeah, good job running the quiet net. Now not taking check-ins. Had a good laugh.
I appreciate that. All right, take care. And 6 West.
All right, good evening. And yeah, it's one of those things. I set them up so infrequently that when I get into them, I kind of stumble around, and then I go, well, I did it before. Like this situation, just last week I set a node up successfully, and and then a week later I'm staying up all night long. Anyway, have a good evening. W6HAI6US.
Yeah, try to hit the sack before 4:30 this morning. Goodness gracious. 7:30.
Yeah, had a 2-hour nap at about 6 p.m., and so I'm good for a couple more hours, but not going to let it get out of control like it was last night. You know, the funny thing was, I started the project at 10:30 going, oh yeah, okay, I know. I'll just quickly rebuild this, and about every 10, 15 minutes, I thought, okay, it's only I'm almost there, just a few more minutes, and then looked up, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I still just needed about 5 more minutes. I went, no. So anyway, I'm back at it right now. By the way, just applied for my refund on a tariff. We'll see how that goes. Could buy a car, too. Have a good one. AI6US.
I'll stay tuned in the morning. I have to hear all about it. 7:30.
Too political. I won't talk about it on the net, but they opened up the portal a day ago, and I was looking at my application number for the refund, and I'm number 19,281 is my refund. Yeah, that's my ticket. Imagine pulling that ticket at the DMV and knowing you're going to be sitting there for a while. Good evening, AI6US. So if you see me driving a new Porsche, you know I got the tariff money back. See you later.
So Brian, you may not know this, but on Monday nights we have this thing called the All Nodes. Just kidding. I don't do what you do. You should off my mic, by the way. I don't do what you do. I keep my nodes on separate IP addresses entirely. But I did just do a quick query on the issue, and I learned a few things. One is specifying multi-nodes equals yes in the allmon3.conf file. Have you done that?
No, I saw that line. That's in the RPT config.
I think that's in the allmon3.ini file, actually. allmon3.ini in the allmon3 directory. That's the /allmon3/allmon3.ini. There's a multi-nodes equals yes. It should say that. And then when you do that, you should be able to see both nodes on your allmon3 dashboard. Maybe you already do, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I see I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, I run separate dashboards just because most of the time I don't, dashboards, I don't often have both machines on at the same time. I did give them different port numbers, so that was done. But, I think two things may be happening here. My node information is not being reported back to AllStar. It shows that my node is active, but for example, if you go on AllStarLink and you look up, let's see, if you look up node 557921, you'll see that it's online, but you won't see any information on it.
H30, copy 5 minutes out.
I think I just heard you say you assign different ports to both nodes. I think in this case, reading this note here, it says IAX ports, I assume that's what you're talking about, 4569. It says multiple nodes on the same physical machine use the same IAX port. It says you only need to change IAX ports if you are running multiple different machines
behind the same public IP. But do you have different IAX ports for both of your nodes running on the same machine?
A negative. The nodes are running on different machines. So 557.921 is on the Dell 3040, and then the 557.920 is on a Pi. So two different machines, and then I'm going into cockpit or using either cockpit or going in directly SSH from a third machine.
Got it. That all makes sense. I guess if it was me, even though I know you're running different dashboards, I would probably just try to run one to see if it works properly, and if it does, then split them up. But according to this, it seems like sort of the default configuration is the same dashboard, but not sure. Kind of reading through that. Again, I keep mine completely separate on completely different IP addresses, different servers completely. But I'll keep reading, see if something jumps out at me. Kilo Golf 9 Mike.
Okay, yeah, I guess there is some similarities because each one of these devices is creating its own server. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at to see if I put both nodes on the same Allmon 3 dashboard. If then I have to define them, or if it will just pull those individual nodes. I don't know if it pulls by DNS or an IP address. So I guess I have some reading to do, but I'll give that a try. Good suggestion, because I know that the one dashboard is working fine. So thanks.
Yeah, good luck. It's an interesting setup. I'm curious if you get it working. All right, AI6US, Kilo Golf 9 Mike, monitoring, 7-3.
Thanks for coming back, Frank. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this one's kind of a head scratcher because, it was working just the opposite until I decided at 10:30 last night, hey, I could do a quick reinstall on this Dell 3040. And, over the weekend I was able to see Allmon 3, but I wasn't able to, see the cockpit or SSH or anything. So it's just a complete flip to the roll, and I know it has to do with with the passwords and maybe ports or something. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful evening. Oh, and how's that other project coming along with Bruce? I haven't heard you talking lately about it.
Yeah, we don't talk as much. We've talked multiple times a day. I think he's gotten it to a point where it's pretty stable. I think it's still experimental, and he did send me a note a couple weeks ago about an updated version, so I've installed that. Still running the ampersand Windows primarily, and then I have the Linux node that I use for the devices when I'm outside the house, so I can work forward back to my home network. They're both working great. We haven't connected lately. I'll probably reach out to him, see how he's doing.
Yeah, there was so much quick progress going on, and then kind of went radio silent. I keep seeing that you have your ampersand node showing up on Allmon, so I knew it was working for you. But and then we look at the rapid deployment of Aether SDR, and you just go, wow. If Bruce maybe threw his code into that just for validation, it might be interesting to see what he could come up with.
Yeah, he dabbles in a lot of things. I'm curious what his next project will be. Yeah, I don't have a flex.
Kilo Hawk to train 11. I'm here at Redwood Landfill.
I did hear that the author there. There's two different flavors, one for the Anon and one for the other devices. And my BOT, I think B0T is the one that's the primary author for the Anon machines, or Anon, however it's pronounced. And I heard he's going on a sabbatical for a bit, so he released an updated version of it. I haven't loaded it yet. I don't think it has the yet.
I'm not sure you really want to reintroduce
the SDR has it in it or not. But that's what I'm really looking forward to. I know that there, was some development on that, but it hasn't come to fruition just yet. But I think when that's integrated, pretty much, you got everything, pure signal. I don't know what else you can throw in there.
Yeah, as you know, I was getting ready to pull the trigger on purchasing one of those, the 10 Echoes, and then this Ether SGR came along, and it's, oh my gosh, if anything, check out the GitHub on it. 3 days ago, they released a audio suite that's now built into it with like 8 different types of audio manipulation, compression, gating, a grab and drag and pull, equalizer, bandpass filtering. I mean, it's just like, it's pretty incredible. It's like you just, every couple of days you get a brand new radio.
That's the cool thing about the software-defined, aspect of it. That is pretty cool.
10, medic 513, chest pain, 920 double drive, 920 double drive, Santa Rosa, apartment 103, crossroads Tabasco Road and Marquina Avenue, control 32157.
Once you got it, you're good. Save your settings, because, you don't want to lose them. It takes so long to tweak it. But it sounds like maybe your version or your implementation is perhaps more user-friendly. So that's cool. One of these days I'll jump up to that.
One of these days. No, and I started wondering, why am I buying high-power radios? Because the amp is sitting here, and I do take a radio out of the shack, but I do have a separate one in a Pelican case. So for in the shack, I really don't need, these big machines because, I just need a maximum of 5 watts to get a KW out if that's the route I want to go. And so that's why I was kind of considering maybe the
274 Hummingbird Court, 274 Hummingbird Court, Healdsburg,
when this software came out,
Road and Heron Drive, control 2,
unbelievable what they can come up. I think 7 weeks now they've been releasing almost too many cooks. The beautiful thing about it being open source is that everybody's pursuing their own avenue of interest and contributing to it, but in a way it's starting to lose focus because there is so much in each release that like I said, the fun thing is it's like it's getting a new radio every couple of days. But the bad thing is it's like getting a new radio every couple of days. You kind of start getting overwhelmed, in the menus.
Yeah, the whole change management aspect of it, that was probably why it was nice to have, I'm sure he had a team, but Richie, I think is his name, was kind of the lead developer, and I think he, signed off on the versions. But I guess the good thing about, all the excitement with Ether SDR is that, you've got a lot of people that are interested in, and hopefully at some point, it gets integrated and standardized, I suppose. But that's very cool. Very cool to hear. I'm happy to look into that and see, does that software only run on the Flex, or does it run on other platforms?
Automatic messages, one timer off.
Yeah, currently it's just, the focus is on the Flex, but, it's all multi-platform being developed on Linux, and then being compiled for everything. iOS,
all the units hold your
ARM
current position.
processors. People have it running on a Pi 5. Having a full-blown flex station running on a Pi 5, crazy. A couple guys have implemented on Android tablets. It's pretty interesting. When you look at some of the basic chipsets into these devices, and it's just a matter of time before this is being built into the radio itself for standalone operation. These features are not relying on internet connectability, kind of like the RM noise was. It's now an onboard learning.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, particularly if you don't have, huge investments in radios, to all the choices, spoil for choice. I'm curious, the Android icon, welcome back. It sort of lets people, have a common interface, I guess, and do they want their radios to be used interchangeably, best of breed? I don't know. I wonder if they're going to want to continue their own software development, will partner with this effort, or will allow you to use their devices, other devices, with open source software. I'm curious to see where that part goes, the major manufacturers.
Oh yeah, 6 or 8 years from now, they'll probably come out with a model with it integrated. Seems like they were T-Mobile into this arena. Hey, I just switched over to my ASL Simplex Raspberry Pi Shari rig. How is my audio? And right now I noted that I had done a backup restore from AllStar website last night, and I'm just wondering if I have my de-emphasis set correctly.
Yes, I can tell you're on a different device from just a few minutes ago. The previous audio was a little bit more fuller, a little bit more richer, particularly on the lower end. The audio here is very crisp. I use that term again. It's certainly emphasis on the highs are emphasized, more than the lows on your current audio profile. It's, to me at least.
All right. Would you mind just giving me some feedback on this? This is de-emphasis disabled, and now this is de-emphasis enabled. Did that make things worse or better?
I'd say that the second option, which I think was de-emphasis off or disabled, I think, gave you a little bit more fuller sound, but it sounded, again, I wish I had the vocabulary that you and Brian and others, you and Patrick and others have, but it made it sound a little further away. So it's not as, it gave you more range, but the presence, if I could use that term, kind of was reduced across the board. It's hard to say which was better. I want to say that again, I prefer the fuller dynamic range of the second transmission, but maybe you got to bring it up now. Quieter across the board. Someone else that has better description might give you better feedback.
Yeah, and you're going to be hearing something different than somebody on the RF is as well. So, I'd be interested in anybody providing some feedback from the RF standpoint. If it's a close second coming in on AllStar. After it goes through some additional encode decode, it makes a big difference what comes through the repeater. But Okay. Well, very good. Thank you so much for all your feedback this evening and the information. Always great to chat with you.
4020 Finley Avenue, Cineros, that's Samuel Joseph Hall,
I don't know if the
across
recording
Bloody
that I
Avenue and
sent
South
you
Range
the other
Road,
night was
Control 3,
useful. I can do that again for you with between the two options, and you can hear it for yourself. Again, with no RF in the chain. If that's useful, you can do that.
I appreciate the offer, but yeah, I'm just kind of wondering what I sound like, coming on RF. So I'll probably just go ahead and put on a headset and listen on another radio or something here, because I can always get feedback through the parrot nodes for that. But I appreciate the offer, though. But I won't put you that extra work. Appreciate it, though.
Yeah, very good. All right. Well, sounds like you got yourself busy with lots of projects. That's good. And audio does sound good. There's no problem with it. Just you're used to. I think a lot of us are used to you having a very full range audio, and that's different. All right, AI6US, Kilo Golf 9 Mike, 73.
All righty. Yeah, I knew that it's one of those things after you do a restore, it's like, oh man, I shouldn't have done that because I had definitely made some changes since I saved the last time. And then I went, I'll go back to my local, and I had nuked out my local. Oh, backups of backups of backups. Keep your backups current. I was reminded of that. And my clue that I had put something on there was, why am I having courtesy tones on my
post 24
on my node? I usually run without any telemetry on my node, and suddenly I have telemetry. Hey, report me to the FCC. The 400 milliwatt powerhouse is not being ID'd properly when I'm not in attendance. Have a good evening, Frank. KG9M AI6US.
Have a good evening, Brian. Talk to you tomorrow. 7-3. Kilo Golf 9 Mike.
Before I skedaddle out of here, is there anybody listening into the repeater directly through RF that could give me a feedback of what I sound best at with two different settings?
KO6EBQ, Steven.
Hey, this is right now with the de-emphasis enabled, and I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now this is the de-emphasis disabled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Stop. The first one's better. Second one doesn't sound very good. Sounds tinny.
All right, so I'm back to the de-emphasis enabled. So this is your preference, right? Not as tinny.
Yes, correct.
All righty, I appreciate that feedback. I have too many buttons, knobs, and levers in the shack right now. Kind of feel like Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. Well, what are you up to this evening?
Believe it or not, I finally have my Yaesu FT710 in the shack, powered up with the antenna connected. And tonight was the first night I really got to even turn it on and play with it, and I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing.
Fun. Have you made any contacts yet?
40 copy, stand by.
I'm only about a half hour into it.
41,
no, not yet. I'm trying to figure out all these
41.
little knobs and stuff, and the shift and the width and the notch and the contour. It's all coming back to me slowly.
Well, I don't know if you want to make a phone contact on, I don't know what band, 40 or 80. My brain needs a break. I'll just switch on the software here and make a contact if you want to give it a try.
Yeah,
so you want to show you already responding.
That's better at night, isn't it?
Yeah, we should have pretty good ground wave or incident. 40 meters. What do you want to do? Let's see, maybe I'm going to have to go over there, but maybe like 7225 or something. I'll look here in a moment.
Out, the raccoons for you now.
Did I lose you there, Stephen? AI6US.
No, I'm here. I was just waiting for you. I thought you needed to change something.
All right. Did you want to try 7225 then? And I'll see if anybody's on frequency there.
7.225. Hold on, I'll program it in.
Yeah, somebody has your Vox is turned on. Better take some cough medicine if you're going to have a Vox on. AI6US, standing by. I'm tuning up on 7220 right now. Looks pretty clean there.
Nothing.
Let me throw out a signal there. See if you can hear me. Just 1 second here. I'm all tuned up. And are you on 7225 or 7220?
Control 2, medic 1.
Control 2.
Wave is available, patient flown by CHP H30 to starter center.
Copy to center.
KO6EBQ, AI6US. Are you on 7225 or 7220?
7225.
Okay, I'll throw out a call now. right. I've put out a couple of calls there on 7225. Did you hear anything?
I did not, but I just realized I was on upper sideband, but 40 meters we want to be at lower sideband. Give it another try.
All right, stand by. Here we go. AI 6US QSY to 7225.
Go ahead and switch to control 3-minute change in the call for you. We'll be heading to Ventura Avenue. BLS 585 requested by Medic 513. Stand by for current attachment 920 Doubles Drive, apartment 103.
KR1IS with a question.
Yeah.
I barely heard you. You're down, way down the weeds there. I gotta play with this a little bit. See what happens.
Real quick, I had a question. How far are you guys from each other?
Maybe the band is not there this evening. Can you do 80 meters?
Not on the antenna I have.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else is on 7225 that might be down in the valley. You know, there might be a little obstruction for groundway between you and I would expect to hear you, but you know, the band is still kind of long. It's pretty long right now, so it's possible that it's only going to be possible with a ground wave. So, anybody down Sacramento Valley on 7225?
KR1IS. Actually, guys, I'm listening to 7.225, but if you're in Sacramento, it might be too short of a run. Band's way too stretched for that. You might want to go 80 meters, but I guess he can't use his antenna. Just want to throw that thought in there. I'm hearing a lot of stations out there on 80 meters, though, around 300-mile radius.
Yeah, sorry, didn't catch the call. Yeah, not much activity this evening on 40 meters. There's maybe about 10 voice stations, some CW going on, and of course some WinLink and such. But yeah, unfortunately, Stephen doesn't have 80, so didn't catch the call. This is AI 6US.
AI 6US KR1IS, it's Kilo Romeo 1 India Sierra. You got Chris on this, and we're located in Southern California.
All
right, Chris. Yeah, the band is definitely, I didn't really check to see where the stations are coming out of right now, but typically this time of the evening we're probably swinging out to Oceana. Okay, thank you, Chris. Appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, thanks for coming back. Yeah, I just heard you guys out there. I just kind of followed you guys on HF there. So, anyway, you have a good evening, KR1IS.
All right, KR1IS, AI 6US. Yeah, go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, KL6EBQ. I'm going to hang it up for tonight. I'll get back to this another time.
Hey, you know the bands are dead when you don't see Smitty hanging out on 40 meters. Anyway, you have a good evening, and congrats. Awesome. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Were you... let's see. I knew you ran the cable through the attic. Were you just waiting to get the wire up on the poles and everything go well with that install?
Everything went well. I still need to put in my struts on the J-poles.
Engine 1,
I didn't go through the attic. I went
medical aid
across
called
the
in by
roof
Kaiser
because
Hotline
I was able to
2662
convince people
Place,
that it was okay to do that. And I made sure that things looked
Place,
good.
Santa Rosa.
It's across the roof
Terrace,
and then
Control
down
2221.
A roof jack that happens to be right over the shack here and down through the wall and up to the desk. So no cables can be seen.
Yeah, I remember looking through your overhead map for your property. So did you end up going with center pole off of the patio structure, and did you end up putting support out by the northwest corner fence there, or what'd you end up doing?
I ended up with a vertical, the Comet 250 HD off of the north side of the house, away from all my other antennas.
Okay, what type of radial system did you put on it?
This one didn't call for radials. It's got, I forget what it's called, some mechanism at the bottom of the antenna there.
What tomfoolery box. They always perform better with radial. So, yeah, definitely cut at least 2 or 3 tuned radios for like 40 meters. You can go with some really thin wires so it's not obvious, and maybe just put it up as an experiment. But I had played around with a couple of those verticals like the 6BTV and others like that, and I found that even though they don't call for any ground radials, it sure performed a heck of a lot better with some. And you really don't need to have significant visible heavy wires at all. So maybe you might, as an experiment, just check that as well. How's your noise level? I think that was the last question that you were having, like what antenna was going to, you're in suburbia there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out my noise level here. Looks like it's like
shortness of breath, 2115 Kiwanis Springs Road, 2115 Kiwanis Springs Road, Santa Rosa.
That's with your, I'm trying to remember on that radio that you have, if that's a centering detent between squelch and RF gain.
That's what I love about you, Brian. You stretch my brain to figure out what you're talking about, but I'm not sure the answer to that.
I had the DX10, and I'm trying to remember what the 710 has. If that's a knob that centers up, for maximum IF or maximum RF. They call it RF gain. Yeah, if you have it like the 12 o'clock position, it's about the maximum gain that you might have. But yeah, if you're having a true S5 noise level coming through the antenna on 40 meters, there's not much electrical storm activity right now. I think you're mostly just looking at the noise of your neighborhood right now, so that's not that bad.
Comment? Yeah, the 710 has the RF gain / squelch. I, as you said, put it to 12 o'clock high. Yeah, now it jumps up quite a bit to 7, 8.
Okay, we had a comment in there, so that detent position when you were rolling off your gain, that's why it was dropping down your noise threshold, which is mighty fine to do. If you're getting a strong enough station, that's one of the tools that you can use to mitigate, band noise. And you drop that back so you still get enough signal to have a good decode on the voice, but drop your noise threshold down. Basically kind of fool your radio, not fool, but load up your radio with a better signal to noise ratio on the amplification. Comment, go.
This is Chris, KI6HFP. I heard the station say that he had about an S5 noise floor. I don't know if you've put any chokes on your system yet or not, but I just moved into an apartment about a year ago, and I had an S9 plus noise floor on every HF band. So I had my dad come over and give me a hand winding some chokes. I have one on the outside at the feed point of the antenna to eliminate noise outside, and then eliminate it using the feed line as part of the antenna. And then I also have a choke on the inside of my house right at my bulkhead where the coax exits to go outside to the antenna to eliminate any common mode or noise picked up from all these cheap Chinese power supplies and
3751 Montgomery Drive, 3751 Montgomery Drive, Center Rosa, Parkview Garden, Route 1 Bravo, cross of Jacqueline Drive and Shadow Lane, Control 32226.
S1, like it barely shows up on my meter.
Yeah, there's a good reason to try staying out of HOAs and apartments. Yeah, that's a pretty good gain by keeping that crap from coming back in the shack. Very good, Chris. Yeah, I don't know, Stephen. I don't know if you've gotten. I think you just got the radio installed, but kind of reference some of what Jim talked about in the last meeting. I know you probably didn't pay attention to it much during the meeting. You had so much else going on, but that video is up now, and like Chris said, a good primer for using torides.
Well, yeah, I've got the cable I got has the ferrites at the end of it coming out of the back of the radio. Maybe I just need a little bit more.
Well, down here, copy of order.
Yeah, look up on your particular antenna where they recommend putting the choke. I don't know about that antenna. Sometimes a antenna like what you have there, it is seeking a counterpoise.
Jackson at Milepost 21, ready to copy
counterpoise, which is not always highly desirable. So, I would do a little research on your antenna, and, for most antennas that have a balanced design, you would put your choke at the feed point, so for your feed line.
All right, that crossing warning notification is S.M.A.R.T. train 1212. Comply with G-Core Rule 6.32.2, Procedure 1, ONE, at Redwood Landfill, Milepost 31.89 is now void in its entirety.
That antenna will be a much lower noise level if you put a choke near the feed point and provide some ground radials. Like I said, it's going to be hard to get it by your...
And click on the readback to train 12 with an OK time of 2228, That's your RH, copied by Jackson.
There's some good tools for making them quieter.
My grandmother was... Yeah, so I was going to piggyback on that as well. The choke that I noticed the biggest difference with was the one inside the house. I heard you mention that you have the coax that has the choke that's underneath the heat shrink. And those are marginal at best. Like the presentation was showed, the actual donuts are far superior. Just pick yourself up some like RG8X or something like that if you're not, running a bunch of power. And, do the calculation and just make it up at home. Man, I forgot how many wraps I did. I can take, what was that? 17, so do 17 wraps of some RG8 through one of those toroids. You can pick them up at HRO, everything you need. And put that on the inside, further away from the back of the radio, just so you don't have a bunch of stress on the connector on the back of the radio. And you'll probably see a pretty good performance bump from that. Most of my noise was coming from inside, and the problem too is if it picked up inside, it's going to travel up and spill over onto the antenna as well. Well, I appreciate the pointer there, KO62.
don't be afraid to experiment with torides on your power lines. And you know, I am a poster child for torides and you know, my USB cables have torides, and I agree with Chris and with what Jim said at the meeting. Much more effective when you do your feed line wraps around a toride rather than doing a split, you know, a split clamp type. But splits, you know, done. I think the thing that in Jim's presentation, you know, the point of no returns is more, you know, at HF frequency, stacking up 6 or 7 of the torides, clamp-on torides. Yeah, pretty effective, but doesn't have the nice roll-off response like moving through a core. But anyway, yeah, you know, and you know, it just depends where your noise is originating from. But you know, I got to tell you, Stephen, if you know, if you truly are an S5 for your bass noise, that is not bad. But if you roll that RF squelch to the 10, 12 o'clock position, and you came up to an 8. You know, just looking at what I see as band noise tonight on 40 meters, I'm on a flex, which is not very kind on noise threshold readings. And, you know, I have an S4 this evening on 40 meters, and that's probably a little high for the reality for most other radios out there. So anything I would say above an S4 this evening is probably a local noise that's coming in from neighbors or your own electrical or grounding or such. I know you've been trying to get out of here. Hopefully you're not doing a potty dance, but maybe you need to go do some relationship maintenance. Stephen, as always, yeah, congratulations, by the way, on the HF radio install, and hope to get you in the logbook.
And 6YG with a comment.
It took a little bit longer than I expected, but I wanted to run the cable properly.
VR repeater.
Looks like I need to do a little more work on that. On a side note, we had our first technician class tonight. That went well. I forgot. I think there was 9 attendees. I think we had 16. I forget the numbers. Quite a bit of participation tonight. So that was good, and look forward to. I think we got another 5 weeks.
Awesome. Good to hear. Yeah, I forgot, with my lack of sleep last evening, I forgot what day it was. I forgot that tonight was your first session of the technician. Well, people that go through you guys' classes speak highly of it, and I'm looking forward to some knowledgeable technicians coming in. It seems like everybody that comes through your class that takes exams with us, I don't know if you've noticed, but they usually score pretty darn good. We really got to celebrate. We got a 35 out of 35 last time, and I think we got a 48 out of 50. So, yeah, those are meant to be celebrated as well. But he slipped out so quickly. Anyway, I'll let you go. Good evening to you. Always a pleasure. KO6EBQ, AI6US, good evening to you.
And 6YG with a quick comment.
Go ahead with the comment.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. I was listening to my son and you talk about the toroids and stuff, and I wanted to kind of toss something out there about the point of diminishing returns with adding ferrites or extra wraps on a toroid, and so you get most of your impedance. You'll get in the first few wraps. What the extra wraps or the extra toroids are for is to move the reactive portion of the impedance, because you'll have a reactive and resistive portion to the impedance that the choke is providing, and reactive impedance will never make things good, because reactive impedance can interact and it becomes problematic. So you want purely resistive impedance on the ham band that you're dealing with, and you normally want it up. You want more resistance at the lower frequencies of 40 and 80 and 30 and 20. And as you go up in frequency, then the resistance can decrease. Adding those extra wraps, so each wrap might get you maybe a dB more of resistance or impedance, but what it is functioning, what the function of that is to shift the
531, standby 1, we're getting a 911, unable to find out exactly where she is, possibly 3585 Round Barn. You're closest to that if you want to hit that one.
Of RG58, preferably like RG400 coax through a FTG4031 core, will take the reactive portion of the impedance and drop it below 80 meters, between 80 meters and 160, and then everything above that on the 80 meters and 40 meter band and 30 and 20 will be purely resistive impedance, which is exactly what you want. If you do it with like 12 turns, then you start getting some reactive impedance in the 80 and 40 meter bands, which you don't want.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's quite a bit of wrap, though. That's going to be a big hunk of cable sitting there. But I guess that's what it takes.
Well, that's why we use RG400 when we make those. RG400 is it's expensive if you buy like name brand like Belden, but you can buy clones of it, and that's a double shielded, silver plated braid. It's got a silver plated center conductor, Teflon dielectric. You can solder connectors to this stuff very easily. I mean, you literally can't melt the dielectric. I mean, the solder melts at 187 degrees Celsius, and the dielectric melts at over 200. You can lay your soldering iron on that center conductor and leave it there, and it's not going to melt the center conductor, which is really nice because it's RG58 size coax. If you're trying to put solder connectors on RG58, well, it's got like a foam dielectric. You barely touch that center conductor, and that dielectric melts back real fast. So, and that RG400, since it has the Teflon dielectric and is double shielded, it handles high power well. So it's got about the same power handling
541 already en route.
Like
Dizziness 3585 Round Barn Boulevard, Santa Rosa, Solstice Senior Living, room 120, control 3.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have to cut this cable and get the crimpers and all that, but I guess that's another tool I should have in the tool bag.
Anyways, I just kind of wanted to toss that out there, try to kind of spread the knowledge around a little bit.
9383, Medic 993,
it's a
code
long
2 for
time in the
abdominal
making
pain,
learning some of this
1400 Technology Lane, 1400 Technology Lane,
And I've come to the
at
realization
Azure
I will
Apartment,
never know it all.
apartment 515,
I'm going to call it an evening.
cross of Casa
Thank
Grande
you for
Road
coming
and
back.
Telecom Lane, control 4, 2239.
Alrighty, you have a good evening as well, and I'm going to hand the mic back to my son, N6YG73.
All right, good evening, gentlemen. And point to learn, don't, the 4-inch forms with, basically making ugly balance, wrapping around a toroid core, trial core is much more effective, and the cost and everything in the end, it definitely favors the toroidal core wrap. But still, we had went to a lot of effort to make some of those big old choke for antennas for field day, and then we definitely got better performance on doing, I think it was 14 to 16 wraps around a core. I'm out of here. I'm going to go back to racking my brains on this networking issue with the 3040. AI 6US. Good evening, gentlemen.
good deal. Yeah, I was going to mention that the ugly balance are really good for one band. You can wrap an ugly balun to be very effective on one band. Outside that band, then it's going to be marginal. So it's going to be very reactive outside that band, but it'll provide real high resistive impedance for whatever band it's wrapped for. So, alrighty guys, I'm out of here too. N6YG.
Yep, you should have seen the size one that I made a 160 meter vertical that I ran for a while until I realized that I couldn't compete against my neighbor EV charging during the night hours when I like early morning hours that I like working 160. So yeah, I have a big old ugly balun wrapped for 160, and it's a monster. Good evening, AI 6US.
Better hide that box really well, because I'm getting tired of wearing this box.
Yeah, you arrive late to the fox hunt. You happen just to drive by where it's hidden on your way to join the rest of us. We understand your winning technique there. And by the way, he's not the fox tender, it's a Matt. So good try. I have an Apple tag on his truck, though.
All right. So just good night.
Yeah, there was definitely a missing high on that transmission. Kilo Golf Night Mike.
Boy, I had the big spoon out too.
It's always good when you're out there, because you do know how to do this, but haven't seen you out there lately, so hopefully we'll see you on an upcoming one. Kilo Golf Night Mike, by the way.
Yeah, maybe it's this coming. We shall see. It's always a confusing decision. Right? Man like that.
Up at 7:30?
I try not to be.
No, is she up at 7:30?
Oh, so the whole tiptoe out of the house at about 6:45, grab the keys, open the garage door, then waking up all the dogs, and then she'll say, where are you going?
Well, Frank, maybe we can give him some advice. All he needs to do is say, hey, I'm running up for some coffee. I'll be back around 11.
She might say, who are you again? No. She sounds pretty industrious, so I imagine she is actually up around that time, Ryan. But I don't know, never met her. But I think it's time for you to be an actual fox tender. That'd be something to see.
Well, I thought about where I want to put this thing. Brian. No, just kidding. In the Auburn greater area, I do have a couple of ideas. But I already heard there's sign-ups for August, so it sounds like there's some activity, and I'm thankful that there's a lot of fresh blood that's getting out there and making it happen.
Yeah, it's a competition now. It's a friendly competition. Maybe competition is not the right word, but there's points, awarded for Fox tending, and I think for Elmering. So you being the competitive guy that you are, you might want to check into the schedule and the rankings and all that. Kilo Golf Night, Mike.
So I have a 22 element, of course, that I put into play that one time. Then I have, I think, a 24 or 26 element. So I was thinking about making a passive repeater. Now my question to you guys is, should this be a double point scoring if you find the repeater antennas and then you find the actual Fox? I don't know. What do you think? You think that would be too challenging for Fox hunters?
That was a perfect double. Perfect double. From you, Brian 1.
All right. Well, good night, guys. 7-3.
All right, for you, Brian. But to Brian, you know, I know we've kind of floated the idea of complex or multi-segment fox hunts. I think it's a great idea. I just don't know if there is enough. I don't know if there are enough people around who would like to do that. You know, find one thing, get some information, and then find the other, or switch bands, or you know, switch from direction finding to geocaching. You know, I think something like that would be cool, but I just don't know if there's demand for it.
Yeah, but there was certainly a popularity on my 24-hour fox hunt. I was really surprised. I think at the end, somewhere around 24, 25 people participated. It was a tough one, too. But no, I was thinking about a passive repeater. So it's, it's just back-to-back Yagis, bringing the signal in and just passively retransmitting, and you get so many points for finding the actual Fox transmitter, and then you get extra points for finding the passive repeater.
That's evil.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I think you should get extra points, or people should get extra points. I'm going to design a fox hunt, or a fox on a Lazy Susan with a Yankee pointing in different directions. Have that thing move around and see if that makes it any more difficult to find.
Yeah, well, so far I think the 22 element Yagi bouncing off of the hotel was it was fun that Doug and I could sit in lawn chairs and watch people within 50 feet of the actual transmitter, still thinking it was coming off of that hotel. I have another devious one up my sleeve, but then I realized, you make them too devious, and then, if they're advanced hunters, they'll take it as a challenge. Otherwise, it can be kind of defeating for people. I like the Lazy Susan idea. The one that was so simple, but it just amazed me. Remember that, I forgot his name, the teenager who hid the fox down in the underground culvert. That one was challenging to find. That was a fun one.
Yeah, I don't remember that one. Before I was fun. That job. James Jones, that's
I'm just completely drawing a blank on his name. He and his mom would attend some of our meetings, came to Christmas parties. He had longer shoulder-length blonde hair. Really, really nice kid. Anyway, we were down at the Orangevale Frisbee Park, disc park there with the equestrian center there off of I forget what it's called right there. But anyway, Orangevale, and he hit it down in a 24 or 36-inch culvert that went underneath a walkway, and the culvert spilled out into a ravine area. So the only place, you could be, directly in line with it to the south, and you wouldn't get any signal to the north. But then east and west, it was pegging off the scale. It was very well played. And then there was an equestrian center nearby, and the fence around the paddock was passively radiating the signal. So the best signal from the parking lot where we started was from the horse paddocks, but it was not even anywhere near there. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. I think his name started with an E. Emilio, something like that. That's what comes to mind from back then.
Yep, that was him. Yep. And I touched bases with his mom some months ago. His mom is friends with my sister, I found out later on. And he's quite busy with high school and everything, but I was hoping to engage him to come out to field day or one of the other events and keep that electronic interest key in his mind. I know, I said I was going to get out of here, but you guys started talking about fox hunts. I just love participating in those. I am going to get out of here.
Yeah, blame Ryan for his drive-by. All right, Brian, I'm doing some more online training myself, so I'll just fade out into the background as well until I hit the rack. But good chatting with you again, and 7-3 to you, and talk to you tomorrow. AI6US Kilo Golf 9 Mike 7-3.
All right, good evening to you. KG9M, AI6US.
Engine 7, medic 540, unknown medical aid 112 Children's Circle, 112 Children's Circle, Santa Rosa at the Valley of the Moon Children's Home. Plaza Rancho Los Filipos, Control 3, 2253. Medic 120. Engine 4, carbon monoxide alarm 4022 Glacier Court, 40,022 Glacier Court, Santa Rosa, cross of Tahoe Drive, Control 3, 2255.
Repeat.
Engine 9, Medic 543. Unknown medical aid in the southbound 101 at Corby on-ramp. Southbound 101 at the Corby on-ramp. Control 3, 2300.
Good evening. The time is 11 p.m.
Responding.
83, post 71, EOA, level 1.
Control 3. Affirmative. Engine 9, Medic 543. Information, CHP is on scene. This is going to be on the southbound 101 on-ramp from Baker.
Available, sound good.
Five 527, post 15.
W6VVR, repeater.
BLS 586, clear for a request. Redcom 586, clear setter. Copy. Switch to Control 3 requested for Medic 540 at 112 Children's Circle. Control 3. Copy. H30 clear. Pad at setter. Have a safe flight.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good night.
FedEx 620 available in quarters. FedEx 561, post 4. Last unit track coming, can you repeat? 561 clear. Copy 561, post 4.
Red comp yellow, 585, clear, Sutter.
Post 4. out of county medical aid for vomiting at 2 Maui Lane, the number 2 Maui Lane, Dillon Beach, control 2, 2327. Copy, post 10.
Gate 11, out of county response to Dillon Beach.
Copy. Medic 515, post 24. Post 24. Recon 513, clear, better. 513, clear for 7. Medic 513, now post 11.
Recon 540 available, post 7 area.
Copy, post 7.
Com 681's in zone.
681 in zone. Medic 5483, post 1. 543, clear, copy.
543, 1400 Control 3.
Open mic on Redcom. You check your mic.
time is 12 a.m. WZDX repeat.
Good morning. The time is 12 a.m. The system will restart in 10 seconds.
Outlaw on scene. 507 East Circle, 507 East Circle, Santa Rosa. Across the Laurel Grove Circle, Control 3, Midnight. 8162, medic 527, chest pain, 7413 Kennedy Road, 7413 Kennedy Road, Twin Hills, across the Bluefield Road and Mariola Road. Control 2, Phoenix. Medic 515, racing heart 620 South Main Street, 620 South Main Street, fastball across on Maple Avenue and Palm Avenue, control 2, Medic 29. Copy from 24.
Time is 12:30 a.m. WZCX repeated.
8162, medic 57 on control 2.
8162.
Not going to be much room to turn around down here on the property. I recommend parking before the gate.
8162 copies.
BLS 585, requested the scene by medic 516 for code 2, medical aid law on scene. 507 East Just, Circle, Santa Rosa, control 3. Valley Hospital. BLS 586, clear, advised when it's done. Go ahead. 581, heading 683, code 2 with law on scene for a neck injury. 61 Shiloh Road, 61 Shiloh Road, Windsor at the Shiloh Terrace, apartment 222.
Good morning. The time is 1 a.m.
3 plus 24. Six, 95, 40 plus 29. BLS 586 back in zone. BLS 586 plus 10.
51 copy, good night.
On 7. Post 4, Medic 542, post 26, Medic 543, post 50. Control 2.
633 cancel flat fire available.
Copy. 515, listen.
Redcom 516, Clear Memorial.
Stand by and carry 911. For Station 45, Medic 120. Text to 901 for a traffic collision possibly in the area of 20,751, Highway 1, 20751, Highway 1, Timber Cove, Fort Ross Road, Timber Cove Road, Control 2-179. Copy, Medic 120. You'll be responding to a possible traffic collision in the area of 20,751, Highway 1, 20751, Highway 1, Timber Cove, in front of the Fort Ross Lodge. Your run number is 306 at 131. Team Post 24, Medic 513, Post 6, Medic 542, Post 3, Medic 543, Post 29.
Control 2, Battalion 45 responding.
Copy, Battalion 45.
Control 2, 4535 responding.
Copy, 4535.
Red Complex, 7, okay.
Alpha.
5, 7, copy. Good.
Control 2.
So far, unable to locate any vehicle accident. Met with King 2, who had been further south. I'm almost to Fort Ross itself. Nothing showing. 35 is going to turn around and go north of Timber Cove Road along with King 2. I'm going to proceed further south. So far, UTL.
Copy, the time 45. 163. Commercial fire alarm at Best Western 198 Dry Creek Road. 198 Dry Creek Road, Healdsburg, Unit 423. Grove Street, Control 2, 159.
The time is 2 a.m. WZBX repeater.
Good morning. The time is 2 a.m.
Control 2.
We met with the owner of the phone that initiated the crash report. He is okay. No emergency here.
Copy 4535.
Control 2 additional, all Timber Cove units available.
Copy, all coast units available.
Control 2, Battalion 45.
Control 2.
Between ourselves, M120, and 2 King units, we are UTL any traffic accident on Highway 1 north of Jenner.
Copy, Battalion 45. Battalion 45, Control 2.
Go ahead.
Additionally, not sure if you're aware, but 4535 did come up and say they met with the owner of the phone who initially called it in. He is okay, there's no emergency.
I copy. All Timber Cove units available.
Copy, malfunctioning alarm. I'll show you available. Gen 63, Control 2.
Control 2, go ahead.
Would you like us to place the system in test mode?
Yes, please. Place in test mode. We are unable to clear the fault.
Copy.
Time is 2:30 a.m. WZDX repeater.
engine 3. L subject, 2160 Box Street, 2160 Box Street, Santa Rosa, Avalon Place, Diego Avenue, Control 3, 238. Lift District, 4988 Gold Road Highway, Clarksville, Control 3. Medic 541, Engine 11. Code 2, law on scene, medical aid 1346 Range Avenue, 1346 Range Avenue, Santa Rosa. Unit 206, First Avenue, Jennings Avenue, Control 3, 239.
time is 3 a.m. WZBX repeater.
Good morning. The time is 3 a.m. Weather conditions: cloudy, temperature 48 degrees.
degrees this morning, and looks like
Two, 7 flag circle east, 242, 7 flag circle east, Shelby. English flag way, control 4303. Engine 9, live wires, press 245, Farmers Lane, 245, Farmers Lane, Santa Rosa, 4th Street, Montgomery Drive, control 3305. couple blown transformer on Brooke Elementary, 1850 Vallejo Street, 1850 Vallejo Street, Santa Rosa, Morton Way, Rivera Avenue, control 311. Medic 681, engine 63. Fall with a head injury at Enzo Village, 1801 Boxhart Drive, 1801 Boxhart Drive, Fieldsburg, Unit 270, Central Lane, Control 2, 360.
3.
The time is 3:30 a.m. W6BX repeater.
One 5 post 4.
$541, clear, center.
Clear for Alpha.
541, copy, thank you. Have a good night.
Alright, train 1, here's our signal location. Parcel.
We'll be there with back to that conference.
Copy 681. Copy. 993, 9351, battalion 91, 9182, 9383. Extrication assignment, vehicle into a field in front of 2680 Adobe Road, 2680 Adobe Road, Petaluma, East Washington Street, Lila Lane, control 4351.
I did just check out some of this other stuff, and
For 81 Smart Control, we're ready to roll. Light me up, Ronnie. Over.
Medic 45. Respond code 3, 16 Clark Avenue, number A, Adam. 89-year-old female cell, has a lump on her head, also requesting lift assist. Medic 45. Respond code 3, 16 Clark Avenue, number A, Adam. 89-year-old female cell, has a lump on her head and also requesting lift assist. KMH 341, 0358 station.
$358.
The time is 4 a.m. W6BX repeater.
Good morning. The time is 4 a.m.
I didn't know.
do that without even putting anything today.
Butler Avenue, Todd Road, control 411. 1543, plus 4. 2 Alpha 543 plus 26.
go to 755,
Clinic 45, cut 2 with Brooklyn Memorial, starting mileage 0.
Park from 8527 Lakewood Avenue, 8527 Lakewood Avenue, Cotati, Lincoln Avenue, Lucille Avenue, Control 4424.
KN6BXX Mobile.
Smart Control, radio check, ready for departure, over. Night train 2, here we go, single location, first call.
Heading 520 available.
Copy, post 4.
Correction,
post 26, 542 off. Good night.
Thanks. Access will be clear, it's designated.
Right, he's driving to work in the rain. Oh wait, no, maybe he's backing into his little parking spot in Baby Silver. No, wait, look. KN6. BXX. Wait, is your call sign KN6 or is it K36? Never know. K6TJB, listening to the rain.
Commercialization, they have a lot more commercialization of 55. There's another one that just next to it. And then we've got two over on the...
Medic 45, arrived at Memorial. I think you said 32.5 ending mileage, lots of static.
my goodness. negative 45, so quality no good. We have got zero.
Smart control ready to hit. The winds are out.
521 is service to Copy, that's fine. Confirming 543, Alpha. 543, copy. Have a great day. Five 16 Alpha. Copy, thank you. Day. Clear the hospital.
Recall 515, clear, 11.
515, plus 15.
Train 3, Smart Control.
Smart Dispatch answering Train 3, over.
Hi. Good morning. How are you? We'd like to depart Windsor if you wouldn't mind. Over.
Copy that. Here we go.
Contact 633, 9550. Chesapeake, 7345, 15 full drive. 7345, 15 full drive. Windsor, golf course drive, control 2523.
I'm doing what I can do and staying alive. That's the best part of it. Enjoying.
Track 45, copy.
Bragg Call Medic 522 in service at Post 1. Good morning.
Read your loud and clear, over. I'm clear, or not?
It's also got a rotor on it, and the rotor control box is out there.
Check on Y1 and raise the other winds road. You're on clear, here we go.